Hey, welcome to the 2023 Mock Selection Committee Day 4, Session 4, here on your YouTube channel. First, thanks for joining us. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and the like button to share it with everyone. We've got some weary-eyed committee members back at it again this morning. Thanks to Rocco getting up so early on that West Coast. Appreciate it.
Oh, we're good, man. We're good.
You don't know, we're spread across 3 time zones here, so we do have we have to be careful of our scheduling obligations and commitments and so forth. But welcome back again. If you missed any of the first 3 days, just go back to, they're all on our YouTube channel there. Go back, check them out. The first day we seeded up through line 3. Yet Friday we seeded up through probably lines 8, and then the rest of it we seeded yesterday and had a lot of really good discussion on not only bubble teams but teams at the top as well. We're going to do that right now. We're going to kind of go through our entire bracket. One, just based on the results of last night, do kind of what we call a results scrub, just to make sure some huge result last night doesn't affect the bracket in a big way. Without further ado, we will kick it off. Let me pull up the bracket this morning and we'll get started. And I guess the first one is we have 2 teams at the top that both lost. We also have a team going on here in about another 45 minutes. So it's kind of an interesting situation for us.
Mm-hmm.
Just started the discussion on Alabama and Kansas because we've had a lot of it. Just a couple days ago, we had them the way we do. Results really haven't changed much. I mean, obviously, Kansas played the much tougher opponent. But I'd be interested if there's any discussion. I mean, I know we had a lot of discussion about Kansas's overwhelming resume that keeps growing.
I mean, I think Kansas should be ahead, but I don't think we should change it based on yesterday's results. Like, if that's where we were yesterday, that's where we should stay.
I mostly agree with that in terms of those 2 teams. I think the big question I have is, does Houston move above Alabama or not?
Yeah.
And I agree. That's probably my biggest question. And then it goes back to, I know head-to-head isn't the end-all be-all, but Alabama won at Houston.
Yep.
Since it is so close, I still think I'd give the edge to Alabama. Really based on that.
Yeah.
So if there wasn't just to clarify, so we want Kansas 1, Alabama 2.
No, we had it. We had an Alabama 1, Kansas 2, and I'm saying we shouldn't swap them based on yesterday's results.
Okay, I got you. I misunderstood you. Okay.
Yeah. Most interestingly, they both lost within about an hour and a half of each other of a drive in the state of Texas. I can't remember what time those games started, but if you're a savvy fan, you could have gone to both games. Anyway, but I'll say this. Houston's actually got a rare opportunity today to get a road win against the field.
Yeah.
So again, this conversation will shift just like it will with Purdue in a few hours.
Yeah, I agree. So I think we're good there. Let's go down to the next tier. UCLA obviously still a solid 5. It's the way we had them. We flipped around yesterday. We had Baylor, Texas. We've been flipping those back and forth based on yesterday.
I think we should talk about Texas moving up potentially in the overall seed list.
I agree. Anybody else disagree?
Yeah, we got to talk about it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Texas should be the number 2 seed based on beating Kansas. Obviously, UCLA beat Arizona, and we're not quite there to replace them on the 1 line with Purdue, pending Purdue's result today. But Baylor lost, Kansas State lost, Arizona lost, and Texas gets a win over a 1 seed. I think should elevate them to the number 2 overall 2 seed.
Yep,
I agree with that.
It was a day of carnage for sure.
None of them were that bad losses, except Baylor was at home. So
Right.
that's the team. I think that's the team that needs to be maybe looked at a little closer now. But
Well, against number 11 overall seed Iowa State, though, right?
15-point home loss is not a good look in March.
Tell that to Providence.
Yeah, they've always been a team like the last couple of years you could kind of count on almost, And this year they're a team that I'm always like a little unsure of.
Yeah, they got manhandled by Marquette too, but that was a road game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
interesting getting Baylor next to K-State because Kansas State has that sweep of Baylor.
Yeah.
But I think we need to be looking kind of further down the bracket at Arizona moving up potentially despite losing to UCLA.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that loss.
Glad you brought that up because that's kind of where I was at when we put them in. I kind of asterisk that on, okay, this is a scrub discussion for me personally, but
yeah.
Reveal, what was Arizona again? Were they they were 6, right?
6. They were 6.
Yeah. And in that 3-week period, they have had some stumbles against good teams.
Buzzer beater game. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll get to that good team Arizona State later. Kansas State's kind of the same thing, really. I mean, they've had a couple of stumbles too. I mean, again, against very good teams. You want to look at some. Kerry, can you pull up, or I'll stop sharing. Can you pull those 2 up?
I was actually working on it. Give me a sec.
All right, perfect.
I'm on the nitty gritty sheet instead of the team sheets. I gotta minimize some things.
Oh, you got it. Okay, cool.
I was always leaning Arizona over Kansas State even prior to yesterday.
Yeah.
Really just the overall, Kansas State 4-5 against high Q1 teams. Arizona's 4-1. Arizona at one point had a Q3 loss. They no longer do. Their strength of record is basically the same. Predictive metrics are much better for Arizona. 8-3 Q1 for Arizona, 9-7 for Kansas State. Road neutral record is, Arizona's slightly better. Obviously, Kansas State plays in the better conference, but I just think from a standpoint of overall metrics, Arizona is slightly better.
Hey, Tim, you've got the screen sharing
I don't
disabled.
have I apologize.
You're good.
I thought I already.
Not to interrupt Brad, but I can throw some of these numbers up for us.
There we go. Let's go.
All right.
You ready to go?
All right. Did I pick the right thing? I've got like 37 tabs open. I think that's correct.
That's beautiful. Beautiful Warren Nolan screen.
I think the wins at Texas and at Baylor are the only thing really giving me pause here because those are such terrific wins. But to Brad's point, you just don't see teams that do that well against Q1A very often. And it's not just Q1A. They won a lot away from home too, Arizona on neutral courts to get there. I just think, what's the best thing about Kansas State? They have great wins, but Arizona matches them with great wins. And then everything else leans Arizona to me. So I think I would be leaning Arizona in this discussion.
It is amazing. You've got 2 teams from 2 different conferences with, much different power ratings. And yet if you stand back from your computer screen 20 feet, those resumes almost look alike. I mean, it's as far as who they played, what quadrants they played, they're a lot of their numbers.
Again, I think a lot of this comes down to what event you play in. And Kansas State decided to go play in a Caribbean event where if Nevada doesn't miss 2 free throws, Nevada beats them, which drastically would change what we're seeing with Nevada right now. And they play LSU in a very controversial game that easily could have gone LSU's way. And LSU ended up being a disaster this year. And then, those little wins, even though they weren't a very good team at that time in November. That built a lot of confidence, and we know the rest of the story from there. But I think it's just non-conference strength of schedule wise, those are the decisions you make. It's obviously Tang's first year. They want to get him some wins. They were able to get the wins, and look how big of a difference it made. But it's not the Maui Invitational that Arizona was clearly the best team at.
Hey.
Yeah,
I'm-
Creighton had a nice rally at the end, but Arizona was up double digits most of the
They were,
second half.
I have to watch myself with Arizona because I'm so biased because
They're
seeing
good.
them live, I was like, wow, dang, how is this team not going to win the national title? But then,
Right.
then they do
We're
play
human.
games like last night where they just don't seem to
Yeah.
against a really good team. Don't get me wrong, but they just don't seem to, for whatever reason, get it done.
You gotta
Let
have
me
smart,
jump-
you gotta have smart, high IQ players to beat them, but obviously
I-
UCLA does.
I always look at things like this. If it and I'll throw this out to the group, and you tell me if it's razor edge thin. Yes, like Rocco said, that non-conference usually breaks the tie for me. If you've got somebody in the 300s,
Yeah, everybody
me-
else Kansas State played, from what I remember, was not a strong opponent outside of the SEC challenge where they had Florida come in.
I will say this. I do think the committee, and rightfully so, in my opinion, will cut Kansas State a bit of a break, knowing they had a brand new head coach coming in. I do think there's something to be said for that. But yeah, when you're talking margins like this, what Arizona specifically did out of conference, I think is enough to give them the edge.
I hear what you're saying, but I'll also
Yeah.
say I would disagree just slightly because I think they're just going to look at it and go, it is what it is,
All right. So
I
I
would-
got to jump in because it seems like you guys are unanimously in favor of Arizona. I want to make my point as the one Kansas State guy. It won't matter, but if Oklahoma State ends up getting in and Arizona State ends up getting out, which plausible right now, I don't know that we would have the Cowboys in, but Kansas State would have 10 wins against the field to Arizona's 7. Arizona would have 5 losses outside the field to Kansas State's 3. The metrics are very similar aside from non-conference strength of schedule. And to Graham's point, those road wins over Texas and Baylor, I think are like, you're not going to find 3 teams in the country with a better pair of wins than that.
I will call you and raise you with this.
Do it.
Arizona's AD's on the committee.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kansas State in a lot of other comparisons. I just don't like them in this particular comparison.
Yeah,
They did
I'm
lose
kind of with you on that, Rocco. If it wasn't Arizona, who was, one of these other teams, I could see myself easily going. It's a tough call. It really is. Unfortunately, it's on that seed line, on the border. So
Unless you want to do K-State versus Baylor now that Baylor took a big loss.
well, I don't think it'd probably hurt, but then we'd also have to do Baylor and Arizona too.
I
When we
think
get,
for Baylor, what stands out for me is, again, back to this Arizona conversation, what they did in the non-conference, beating UCLA and Gonzaga on neutral courts. I think that's enough to keep them where they're at.
I'm with you, Graham. I just maybe worth a look at. That's all I was saying.
when we get Warlock on this afternoon, don't let me forget to ask him what would happen if we do end up with Kansas at 1, UCLA at 5, and those 3 Big 12 teams at 6, 7, and 8. Because we
Already
might
talked to
debate.
him.
You already talked to him?
Yeah, I already asked that question. It's
What do you say?
UCLA has to go to I'm sorry, you would have to move the third Big 12 to the 3 line. That's
Right.
the answer.
So
Yep.
so we might
But
as
it's
well
only-
just put
it's
Arizona
only-
as the 2.
It's only if you have Kansas 1 and UCLA 5. Any other combination and it works.
But it's entirely possible that's where we're at, because right now we're debating Kansas State and Arizona for 8, 9. So it's really just the Kansas and Alabama 1-2 thing we would need to switch, and then the number 9 overall moves up to a 2. So if we're that close, we might as well just put Arizona and hedge our bets.
Yeah, it's probably a moot point, right?
Yeah, I mean UCLA for me is maybe one Purdue loss away today from being the last 1
Yes.
seed too. So
Yes.
there's still a lot in play there.
Right.
And
And we
then you're
can
not
come
even
back and
mentioning
visit that.
Houston.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can come back and visit that. So I kind of agree with you. Like, let's just go with. Let's do anybody. Is there any votes objecting to? Let's do it that way. To move it along a little quicker. Is there any votes objecting to moving Arizona to the 8, Kansas State to the 9?
I kind of object, but I'll let it go because it
Hmm.
won't matter.
It might not matter. Hmm.
I mean, in the context of this vote, my one doesn't matter.
All right, so we'll leave it like that for now. Again, we'll do one more scrub, so we're good. Geez, we almost had to talk about Marquette. They almost did a Michigan State there.
Yeah.
All right, now we got some talking here with Tennessee.
Lost at Auburn. No
And right
Ziegler.
now, Tennessee's at 11, Gonzaga's at 12, Indiana 13.
Yep.
And UConn 14.
Yep. UConn had a nice day yesterday.
Yeah.
But non-tournament win.
Yeah, I think that pretty much put that Villanova talk to bed. Thank you for the tip I gave everybody. I hope everybody cashed in on that.
Yeah, UConn looks strong, but they're also coming from a position of not even being in the reveal, so it's tough.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah,
feel
I
like-
think everything that,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, go for
I
it.
think everything great that UConn did was early on. And if the committee didn't like it that much early on, then I don't know what they've done recently that moves them that far up the field.
I think I can foresee the situation of them going at least to the finals or even winning the big. And again, you get into that committee thing. Are they even going to look at it? You know,
Yeah.
maybe this committee is going to be different now. Maybe after last year they got so much heat, they're going to change. You know, maybe take a deep. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, I don't want to speculate, but anyway.
Now, the one thing with Tennessee, I will say, like, I mean, every time they lose a game, they have 9 losses now. Their metrics don't change a whole lot.
Yeah.
I know it's. They're
Well,
the mystery team to me in this whole
Them
thing.
Them and Auburn and Arkansas, like they just keep losing, but their metrics
Right.
never change.
Right.
Their metrics are great, and they have 3 really, really good wins for the resume with Kansas, Texas, and Alabama. You're just not going to see a collection of 3 wins like that.
Now my only concern with Tennessee is the Zakai Ziegler injury,
Yeah.
which, you know,
Yeah.
they could have won at Auburn yesterday. It didn't seem like it was a huge difference, but he's obviously one of their best players. And, you know, I wonder, they're a team where I could see the committee kind of, you know, let's see how they play their first couple of games in the SEC tournament. If they happen to bow out their first game in the SEC tournament, I think you have to consider dropping them a seed. Now, somebody's got to take that seed from them, but I think
Yeah.
that's something that needs to be considered.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's been a little. At least we have a little bit of data here. You know, with after the injury. You know,
Mhm.
and frankly, they were starting to maybe stink a little bit before the injury. You know, I mean, it just didn't. Like you said, every morning you wake up and you're like, okay, Tennessee's going to be about a 5, and they're still sitting there at 3. And
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
but then to Graham's point, you know, you got to look at the whole resume, and you can't take away what they did.
Well, it's hard to say because you lose at Auburn. There's really nothing wrong with that, especially by single digits. It's a tournament team. It's one of the toughest buildings in the country to win in. And, you know, the day he went down was just on Tuesday, and they were demoralizing Arkansas, which again helps their power numbers when they beat them by 18. And so, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say if there's a big difference yet or not, but Ziegler's numbers are impressive. He's 11th in the nation in assist rate. You know, he's one of the best free throw shooters in the country at 83%. He's a big time steals guy, top 40 in the country. So there's a lot of things he brings to the table. And obviously when you lose somebody that's got that much glue, it's going to take you a few games to at least figure it out. And if at worst, you're just not the same team. So it'll be interesting how the committee looks at that, but I think it at least opens the door, as Brad was saying, to explore bringing one of the 4-line teams up.
The only issue right now is what 4-line team are you bringing up? And I don't think there's anybody at the moment. UConn, we would all agree that we would like to bring them up, but based on what the committee showed us,
You're right.
we're not at that point.
Yeah, I got to hedge our bets on UConn, even though I think the argument for UConn, even though they're coming from that 5 line on the reveal position, is, you know, maybe some of the concern there was they're just not the same team, and it was a basketball decision to leave them out of the top 16. Now they've won 5 straight. They've certainly looked back to themselves. Haven't really played a great team in that 5-game stretch, as we know Providence has kind of fallen off, but at least they're showing their old ways of, you know, being dominant. And if it's another basketball decision, that could be enough to bring them up, but obviously not anything within the, you know, major wins or Q1A or anything like that.
And
In a lot of ways, sorry.
in the Big East tournament, they play Providence in the first round.
Yeah.
5-game.
Yep.
You know, beating them isn't going to do a whole lot for them, but then they would get Marquette.
Yep.
So, and we have to be cautious because now we're getting towards that Friday,
Yeah.
you know, where
That's a Friday
the
game.
committee's not really paying attention, but I think a win over Marquette is significant on a neutral court. If they get to that point, that's when we'd really have to consider it, I think.
And I would just interrupt just a second. I want to thank Shelby. Hey, Shelby, how you doing, man?
Oh, good.
All right. We're just going over results on the board here from last night, just kind of going down the list. I would also say, if you really like rock fights, you better have your TV tuned on at 2:30 Thursday afternoon, because UConn Providence is going to be the biggest rock fight you're ever going to see.
I don't know. I watched Kentucky Arkansas yesterday. That was pretty rough.
That was rough.
Watch Tennessee play against anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we get a Tennessee Mississippi State game again? My
We
God.
probably, those are tough.
Um,
They even had a game in the 40s with Auburn this year. The first one. Yeah.
Hey, we've a question in the chat we could quickly discuss, since this is supposed to be an educational video. Explain how it is determined which first and second round sites are assigned per the regions. I mean, we're definitely going to discuss that in about 2-3 hours, but anybody want to succinctly jump in and cover that?
So is he talking regionals, or he's talking first and second round, right?
Yeah, like the sub regionals.
It's simply mileage, who's closest. Obviously, you know, we've got to follow the procedures of, you know, you can't play in a building if you played in there more than 3 times, but I don't think that comes into play this year. I know there'll be a lot of Iowa State can't play in Des Moines. Well, yes, they can. The only thing I would say with Iowa State, who could actually somehow get into that conversation, we don't want to get to it later, and we can ask Dave about this, but there was always that 60-mile rule, kind of
75 now.
And
not that it matters usually, but it's 75.
Ames is 35 miles, so that is, you know.
Yeah, go with 100 when you're in doubt, but yeah, like I even looked at yesterday. I looked at Iona to Albany, and it's still like 130. So I was good with Iona going
But
there.
anyway, we can get to that. But basically, it's mileage. You know, who's closest. You know, you just kind of common sense. Like, unfortunately, you can't have. You know, you've got to have different teams in different regions when we're talking like the Big 12. So that's why, very good chance Baylor, somebody's going to get shipped out to Denver, because you know, they just don't. We can't put everybody in Des Moines and Birmingham, and there's not. Oddly enough, there's not a lot of sites close to Texas this year, which usually there are. So
yeah, he was asking which sites line up with which region, and they don't. You set them by region, and then you go back and you set them by sub region. At least that's how I do it.
The old days.
My biggest question that maybe I would have to ask Warlock, but Tim or Kara, you might know. Like, if you get all the way down to the 14 line, this happened to me yesterday, so I'm bringing it up. And UC Irvine's your top 14 seed. They should be able to go wherever they want. Region wise, for me, they were obviously Vegas, but pod wise, that would have put them in, like, I can't remember, Albany or somewhere really far away. But I also had a spot on the same line to put them in Sacramento. But they would have to be in the New York region. So what do you do there?
It goes to the pod. They changed that. They used to be region all up and down the bracket.
At what level does it switch to the pod though? Because
Five.
you go with the
Number
at the
five.
5.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
they-
super helpful. Okay, thank
they
you.
That's
changed
why
that.
Miami's going to Orlando.
It used to be totally
Right.
regions, which made no sense to me.
Yeah,
Like a
because it's
7
like the old
seed,
school mentality when you used to have everybody go to the same place. That was
right?
the old
Like a
school.
10 seed. Do they really
Yeah.
care what region they're going to go to? They're just hoping they win 1 game or 2 games, you know?
Yeah,
So they're
All
much
right,
better
I'll
going to
make
a
the
pod
switch.
closer. I'm glad they changed that. But anyway,
yeah, me too.
Good
I think-
change.
All right, thanks.
all right. So I think it sounds like we're pretty in consensus to leave Tennessee where they are for right now. Maybe next weekend when we meet to kind of swiftly go through our bracket to make any adjustments that might change.
Where did we have Marquette? Because I
10.
think there's
10.
an argument they should be further up the 3 seed line.
I think we
Marquette's
had 'em
10
10.
though. So you would be in the Arizona,
okay.
Kansas State range.
All right, that's fine.
I do think we should possibly compare Gonzaga to Tennessee for those bottom 2 spots on the 3 line, because I thought Gonzaga would land ahead of Tennessee whenever we did that 3 days ago.
Yeah, my just a quick note on Gonzaga as the West Coast Conference representative here. They started this journey a couple weeks ago at number 15 position, which was at the bottom part of the 4 seed, which is substantial just because they don't have as much data, of course, as the Tennessees and the Marquettes of the world.
And I think that was our reasoning when we did it too, if I remember correctly.
And I brought up what Graham brought up to me previously, that Gonzaga's 11 or better in all 6 metrics, and almost never see a team seated lower than their lowest metric.
Yeah, their metrics should be better than they were when they did the exercise in February, because
Mhm.
they beat St. Mary's by 9. They demolished the LMU game had actually happened by the reveal, but I don't think it factored in.
It was Thursday night. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a 43-point win, a team that they lost to and
Yep.
on the road. And then of course destroyed San Diego and won at Pepperdine, not to mention the Chicago State game. So they're just not going to gain much from beating the Dons in the semis, because Dons are still in the hundreds. But anyway, we'll cross that bridge tomorrow.
I think facts and metrics and everything carry your argument makes total sense. Bracket committee / logic says to leave him at 12.
Yeah, I think the other thing is Gonzaga didn't get the true road win that they needed at St. Mary's. Is really their only shot besides Texas. But they did get the thing that bothered me about the reveal is they did beat Alabama in Birmingham, and they're still looking at it as a neutral game
Right.
when it was like 18,000 rowdy Alabama people. But anyway, they're not giving them that much credit for it. I disagree, but I have to go with what they decided. And then Tennessee does have a road win at Mississippi State, which is better technically than Gonzaga's best true road win. So that's and Tennessee also has a beautiful neutral win over Kansas. But that's in the Bahamas. That's a true neutral game. Again, to me, they're different because, like I said, the Gonzaga big win was in Birmingham.
I will add on Tennessee, excuse me, 2 and 3 since the reveal. One of those wins at home against South Carolina. So who cares? And we're only dropping them from 9 to 11. Whereas, I'll go back to Iowa State again. We wanted to penalize them before the win over Baylor, but I don't know. If we're talking like, can Gonzaga climb that much since the reveal? I think it's more of a, can Tennessee have fallen that much since the reveal?
Yeah. South Carolina played much better lately, but not good team for the season.
Not that game. That was
Not
a
that game.
40-point blowout.
That's true. They got demoralized, and that plays into Tennessee's power ratings. They've had so many games like that. They beat, they beat Alcorn State, who's winning the SWAC by 55. Eastern Kentucky, who was a strong semifinalist in the ASUN, they beat them by almost 40. I mean, they've just demolition teams that can't score against them, and then they keep scoring on offense. It's not a fair fight for a lot of, lower level schools, again, even lower level SEC teams against their defense.
I think these two resumes are so close that the committee just might default to, wow, those Tennessee power ratings are really, really good. And if you don't have a strong opinion one way or the other, maybe you just default to that.
Yeah.
So let's, we want to do a vote here. Do we want to move flip-flop Tennessee Gonzaga? Anybody for it?
I'm for it.
Carrie's for it? Anyone else? No
I'm
other
okay.
calls.
I'm okay to stay in general.
All right, so let's just leave it the way it is then. Sorry, Carrie, you're 0 for 2 on voting it.
I know. I'm going to stop voting.
It'll turn around, buddy. It'll turn around.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
right,
waiting
we've
for
already-
more information, but I don't disagree with you, Carrie. It's just not enough to overturn for me. It's like going to the replay booth.
Yeah, I think if we had another 48 hours and we could wait until after the WCC championship, that's another story. But
Yeah, we're gonna know a lot more. Yep.
All right.
Start
So,
going
I
under the
think
hood for replays.
I think we're good there. Now we get to the 17 TCU, 18 Iowa State, 20 Miami jumble there.
Yeah.
We already discussed, let's be fair here. We already discussed Iowa State's win. So we've kind of already made that adjustment.
but
Yeah,
not,
but we
not
didn't-
TCU's loss.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, that's a problem. TCU dropped pretty substantially in net today by 9 spots. And I'm sure a lot of I haven't done the full breakdown. Maybe Brad has, but yeah, it's just it kind of just feels like a loss that they maybe moved down a spot or two, just based on the instant updates of the data here.
And conversely, I think Iowa State, I know yesterday we had discussed, obviously don't overreact to one win. You're not going to put them on the 4 line. And I agree with that.
Yeah.
But with everything else that happened, I think we have to consider putting them towards the top end of that 5 line.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
Agree.
Yeah, we have 18 now, TCU 17. So we would definitely could do a flip-flop there. I guess the other team obviously in play on this line, we had significant discussion about them yesterday, was Miami. We decided to have Iowa State above Miami yesterday. So obviously that's not going to really change all that. Although let's face it, it was a good win. They beat Pitt to win the conference for the season. So
we did mention this yesterday, but kind of glossed over it because we were waiting to see what happened with TCU. But Iowa State did sweep TCU. So
yeah,
let me get a winning vote in and say, yes, let's put Iowa State above TCU.
Gary, I'm with you. I'm with you on this one.
Yeah, I'm actually tempted to. Yeah, it's weird because Iowa State hadn't won a game until yesterday since the reveal. And then all of a sudden they get the best win of their season by 15 points. And now I'm tempted to look at Iowa State versus Virginia.
Yep.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Never thought I would say that yesterday morning.
Yeah, with the amount that the committee values the high Q1 road win, that means a lot.
Yeah, it's the best win of their year by a large margin. Yeah.
Both teams beat Baylor, but Iowa State did it in more impressive fashion on the road. That was a neutral site game for Virginia.
Yep. Vegas. Yep.
Right now we have Miami at 20. Doesn't look like they jumped all that much. If anybody maybe can correct me on that, but
yeah, it was a home win, so probably didn't move much.
Yeah. They now have 11 wins in quadrants 1 and 2, which is, pretty good. Leave them right where they are.
Yep.
Oh, I thought we were doing Iowa State, Virginia.
I wouldn't have an appetite for that yet. I don't know.
Yeah, Virginia did handle
Just throwing it up there.
Louisville in a challenging finale.
Yeah, I agree with
Virginia
that.
is 4-5.
I agree with that. I think, unless, Virginia slips up or if Iowa State continues to play this way after that one game, there is Iowa State does have, overall a lot better wins.
Mhm.
In terms of their strength of record, though, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Virginia's 14, Iowa State's 33.
Mm.
I
Which
would love to.
I
I would
can't
love to move
fathom.
Iowa State up and drop Virginia. I don't think anybody's sold on Virginia, but I don't think I'm quite at that point of elevating Iowa State back to the 4 line.
I think this is an example of if it was me with complete control over the bracket the way I want to do it, I'd put Iowa State there.
Right.
The committee, I don't think, is passing up an ACC champion.
No.
Well, they're not the champs, but they're close.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Does
They
anybody
put down
have
the
any?
middle,
Does anyone have a theory on why there is such a SOR gap? Because like you look at them, it clearly looks like Iowa State's resume
well,
should be better. I'm
a lo-
curious.
Yeah, lost to high 100s Boston College by 15. Sorry, you're talking about Iowa State's.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, yeah. Why is Iowa State 13
I think-
spots behind Virginia? I don't
I
get
think
that.
when you accumulate quite a few losses, I'm going to just take a look at West Virginia, for example, who has a lot of losses, as we all
yeah,
know.
30th in SOR.
So they're actually better than Iowa State.
Iowa State's 27.
I think a lot of the Big 12 teams, when you get to the very top of the Big 12, they do better in strength of record. But when you get further down, those losses accumulate and they end up getting hurt by it.
Yeah, I think some of that too could come down to the scheduling of the non-conference.
Yeah.
Where Iowa State had McNeese, IUPUI at 360th, Western Michigan, North Carolina A&T, North Dakota, and Milwaukee, all at home, all very easy wins for Iowa State's level. So in Virginia, played in that event in Vegas. Iowa State also played in Phil Knight, so it's not like they took the entire non-conference season off. But Virginia also had Houston, which is very important for their, even though they lost the game, it's important for their resume strength. And who else am I missing? They had an ACC challenge game.
Illinois. As
Yeah.
well.
Illinois was the Vegas event.
Yeah. But I mean, they had three teams in the top 50 there that they played, in the non-conference.
Yeah. And then they would have had a Big Ten team too. Who was that?
Yeah, they won at Michigan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. So that helps a lot. So.
And there's
I'm telling
still,
you, man,
even though Iowa
it's
State,
scheduling, it's scheduling.
yeah, even though Iowa State got that win at Baylor, they're still just 3-8 on the road, which is pretty bad.
Yeah,
and then
I
also
don't like that.
Just looking at their overall record, seeing 18-12, that's not a particularly great win percentage. Now
Right.
we know record doesn't mean a whole lot, but 12 losses is a lot for a team with that record to be a 4 seed.
I agree, Brad.
Yep, I like that. Because that plays into the last thing I was going to say on Iowa State, which is, if we just all of a sudden jump them all the way back to a 4 seed after one game, it's like we're ignoring what happened the
Right.
2 weeks in between the reveal and yesterday.
Yep.
And you can't just dismiss all those losses.
And you have heard the committee say, in explanations a lot of time, it was just the overall accumulation of losses.
Yes.
I've heard
Yeah.
I've heard that term. So
I would.
And their D1 record is on the team sheet. So
yeah,
can't
I
ignore
want
it.
to add.
Yeah.
My point was not that Iowa State's strength of record is like definitely better than 27th. I just don't understand how Virginia's is 14th. Like that's why we have Virginia as a 4. So I don't. Is it the quad 2B and quad 3 wins that they have over Iowa State? Like I don't.
I think the top end wins in Vegas obviously are the linchpin, and then I'd mentioned the other strength points that help them, and then in the ACC as well. They had, what else did they have in the ACC?
Well, not much this year.
Right, but they didn't take many losses, right? So that
Yeah.
also helps you.
They
Just
only
keep
have
winning.
one loss. They have the bad loss at Boston College, which
Yep.
I think we can agree Boston College is improved. It's not the end of the world, that loss, but they have no Q2s. And obviously they have no Q4s. So that's their only loss outside of quadrant 1.
Yeah, that's an easy way to explain it.
Okay. I don't think we go down here. We're all pretty set with results. Not really much happened there. Do we want to speak to, yeah, so now we're down to and jump in if I've gone past anybody, but I'm like kind of down to Arkansas A&M grouping there at 29-31. I mean, I obviously A&M had a pretty significant win yesterday.
Mhm.
Where did we have Duke and Kentucky?
Yeah, Duke and
Yesterday.
Kentucky. Yeah, good point. I'm sorry, skipped over Duke. Duke is 23, Kentucky 24.
Flip flop them.
Just ahead, just behind Creighton, San Diego State, and then you move into the 5 line.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel better about that today than yesterday, especially when we talked about North Carolina and they're a brand name school. Duke and Kentucky are brand name schools, and you tend to figure they will get the benefit of the doubt if they're on the border between seed lines. But they both had solid, very good wins yesterday.
Oh
At
yeah,
least Kentucky did. Yeah.
yeah.
I
was-
I
Yep.
I
Go ahead.
ahead of Duke and Creighton.
Yeah, I was gonna put Kentucky above Northwestern for the time being. I hadn't really gone that far, Shelby, but
They
I
are on our bracket.
Oh, they are. Okay, they were below them for me.
Yes.
Got it.
For me, I actually think Duke and Kentucky both. I'd be interested in considering moving them above Creighton.
Uh-oh, you're gonna get kicked off the committee.
My other question is does Texas A&M belong in this mix now too with the Alabama win?
Right.
That's what I was
I
fiddling
didn't
with.
But that's a big jump. That's a 7th spot to get to
Right.
Kentucky.
Okay. Yeah, and I get
But-
it. A&M's got the
But yeah,
two
no,
bad
I'm
losses.
definitely in the conversation for moving them up into that, Big Ten SEC grouping above them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think A&M
Like
should
with
certainly
Iowa,
leapfrog
right?
Arkansas.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was what I would look at is, definitely flip-flopping A&M and Arkansas because, that's Harry, do I need to rattle off my stat of the day to these people so they
What's that?
understand?
Oh yeah,
What-
go ahead.
Yeah. So I heard, we got name brand Duke, Kentucky, and Creighton's right with them. Over the last 25 years, there are only 5 teams in that 25-year span that have 23 seasons of 20 wins or more. Duke, Kentucky, Kansas, Gonzaga, and Creighton.
Impressive.
That helps their seed.
Congratulations.
That's made it.
That stump your friends in the bar because they'll never come up with Creighton in that list.
I'm sure Liberty will be there soon.
I think in terms of Texas A&M though, I was always like hesitant to really move them up a little too much because of those 2 Q4 losses.
Yeah.
But there comes
Yeah.
a point in time though, you're the committee, like you're watching these basketball games, they're not that team anymore. They're
No.
clearly much better.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, if they didn't
There's-
stumble against Mississippi State, they'd be the number 1 seed in the SEC.
right.
And that game could have gone either way. Yeah.
I mean, if Rutgers got in last year with their quad 4 losses and Arizona State got in a few years ago with their quad 4 losses, and these metrics are infinitely better. Like I feel like if the committee was able to overlook those missteps among bubble teams, they're going to do the same here in the 7-8 seed range for sure.
This
Yeah,
is
and in this-
hilarious.
Yeah.
This is the lowest Arkansas has been all year, I think, right? 18.
In the net, yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
I mean, if you
They seem
Cover up.
soft to me.
cover up net when you're looking at Arkansas, they feel like a 10 or an 11 seed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
They don't have much toughness this year, it feels like to me.
Well, they lost
Obviously,
losing
obviously,
Brazil.
Yeah,
Again,
right.
we get
He
to
was a
that.
big time guy.
We talked about this yesterday, though. Again, we get to that, inbound schedule. Arkansas has played Alabama twice, A&M twice, Kentucky twice, Missouri twice. A&M,
That'll help them. That'll help them in the tournament.
yeah,
And they won at Kentucky.
yeah. And Alabama's played, or A&M's played Alabama once, Tennessee once. I mean, Kentucky once.
Yeah, they did have I mean, Arkansas got the schedule that you get when you go to back-to-back Elite Eights.
But those predictive metrics for Arkansas average out to 16. So like that's my only concern about dropping them too far.
Yeah,
Right.
because it's a seeding discussion. It's not, and that's
Right. It's not to get in the tournament. It's just in
It's
terms
different.
of seeding. Yeah.
yeah. That helps them a lot.
Yep.
But how about Florida Atlantic picking up a quad 1 win this morning in the 1A, right?
Right.
North Texas jumps up 11 spots. It's great.
Providence picked up a quad 1 win too, because they got shit on so bad by Seton Hall that previous win. Now they're 74.
I saw that. Yeah, pretty.
Yeah. FAU's
ridiculous.
resume now is really looking more and more like Murray State from last year. They got
Now
that.
you guys are finally seeing the light. I love
I know. I know.
I've been trying to shine the light.
All
To
right.
me,
So
to me, it was
at any
just
rate,
as hard as it was yesterday. But
at any
hey,
rate, so we
I'll
got
take
Duke 23, Kentucky 24. There was a comment motion. We got San Diego State, Creighton, Duke, Kentucky. Do we leave them the same? Jumble them around?
I think Kentucky's road win was more impressive than Duke's.
Now you're just hating on Carolina.
So we have basically a vote to move Kentucky ahead of Duke. And Creighton, but you said and Creighton too, right, Shelby? Like you
That's
wanted to moved up higher. Yeah.
I
Anybody else?
would move them ahead of Duke. I don't think I would put them ahead of Creighton though.
So we
I'm
got
the
two
opposite.
votes.
I would put them ahead of Duke, but I'd also consider putting them ahead of Creighton too.
All right. So we got 2 votes to move ahead of Creighton, 2 not to vote ahead of Creighton. Carrie, where do you stand?
I would say put them in between Creighton and Duke.
All right. So it's 2 to 3. What am I missing here?
Rocco went on mute. Some coach is calling him.
All right, we can come back to that because we're just moving in that quadrant because we're not. Okay, so let's talk about A&M in a second. So we have A&M at 31, Maryland 30, Arkansas 29, Missouri 28, Michigan State 27, Northwestern 26, Iowa 25.
I would move Texas A&M to the top of that group.
I didn't move them to the top, but I moved them to the 7 line.
Carrie, can you pull those up on your spreadsheet?
Yeah, and I have not updated these numbers for yesterday's results.
I mean, we can
yeah.
kind of jump back and forth between Nolan and
neither does the committee. So
yeah,
we
at this point
in
next week,
range.
committee's worried about bracketing teams.
Right. Let me filter it a little bit so we're not going cross-eyed. So that's where we're at. Or I would just swap Texas A&M and Arkansas and move on. To Brad's point, the 2 Q4 losses, it does make it tough to vault them a seed line, but
I guess my point would be there, maybe a comparison with Missouri, because I believe didn't they sweep Missouri?
did they? I don't even know.
Yes, they did.
Well, then I'm open to that then.
And again, it's not the end all be all. I'm just saying it's a starting point, like, to kind of
they-
comparatively look at teams.
Not only they sweep them, they won by combined 27 points. That's pretty significant.
Metrically, they are 24th or above in every team sheet metric at this point, Texas A&M. For me, I think they have to be a little bit higher up the seed list.
I agree. I think Texas A&M should be at the top of this list of teams we're seeing right here. That's how I feel. Can make an argument for Iowa, maybe right below Iowa.
Do we
Yes, I
want to
have,
consider take a look at Iowa versus Texas A&M directly and see if potentially that's worth a look?
Probably a good comparison too.
I'll
Yeah.
pull those up. And Iowa plays Nebraska today, so a win doesn't change anything. A loss certainly does. It's
Mhm.
at home.
You know, the only two teams to beat Iowa at their house is Eastern Illinois and Wisconsin. There's a wild stat for you.
Well, I guess if we're going to be debating Q4 losses, that's a good place to go.
Nobody's going lower than that.
No.
I mean, the best thing about Iowa's resume is the 9 wins against the field.
Yes.
That is strong.
All right, we got.
I think the Indiana road win is very solid too. Like
Oh yeah.
to anchor with that, despite their horrible road record and as a whole.
Yep.
And while the win at Rutgers is losing some net value as of late, they were at full strength then. Or was McConnell out then or no?
No, they were at full strength. That was a legit. I mean, they beat Rutgers twice when Rutgers was at full strength, actually.
Yeah.
Nance and Rafferty today at Houston, Memphis.
They want, Nance is a Houston guy.
Yeah, I know he is. You know, his
Yeah.
roommate was Fred Couples.
Yep. He went to high school in Seattle.
Yes, he did.
O'Day.
Nance was hilarious in the Chiefs playoff game when Kansas was ranked number 2. He went out of his way for the Kansas preview to say, well, Kansas is going up this weekend, number 2, right behind the number 1 Houston Cougars. Completely went out of his way to plug them.
There's a hilarious YouTube thing where Tom Brady and Peyton Manning show up at his house at Pebble Beach. If you haven't seen it, it's pretty funny. All right. What do you think, kids?
I'm okay with moving A&M up a little further, but I like where I've got them right now.
Which is where, Shelby?
Yeah.
28,
You have them 28th?
28.
Sorry, Tim, who is the team?
Well, we were just kind of comparing A&M, and I think Kerry had it up there. We were comparing A&M and Iowa, and
Yeah, I can bring it
A&M and
back up.
Missouri, and
Yeah. I think I like A&M and Iowa above Missouri for sure. A&M and Iowa is pretty good comp.
Yeah. Graham swayed me with his A&M's 24 or better in every metric. I'm good with vaulting them up a bit.
You into liking Kansas too.
What was that about Kansas?
I said he probably tried to talk you into liking Kansas.
I also like the road record for A&M better for sure, even though some of those games are non-tournament. They did win at Auburn in Missouri.
Mhm.
First team to win at Auburn in 2 years when they did it.
Iowa definitely has a little more meat on the bone on their
Yeah, for the
1 and 2 resumes.
they definitely get more plate appearances too.
Yep, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
To Rocco's point, I'm actually a little underwhelmed by the top end quality of Iowa's wins. They've got a lot of quality wins, but the top end's not there.
Besides Indiana, I think the Indiana win's pretty substantial.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just mean for the number of
Indiana is-
opportunities they had.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the overall, I agree with you, Graham.
They swept Indiana too.
They did.
Yeah,
And
they
they
have,
punished, I mean, they punished them in Bloomington, which is even more substantial to a
yeah, to
degree.
Graham's point, they have, A&M has 3 in the top 20. Iowa only has 1 in the top 25. So that speaks to the quality. Now, they've got right below them in the 25 through 30 range, they've got 3 wins. That's where they get a little more meat on the bone. And then you go into, top 50 wins. They've got a ton. Most of them at home, though. Almost all of them at home.
But how many games did they play against, just take the top 50, like how many games did
Top
they play?
50? Sure.
Yeah.
They have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14. Okay.
How many did they win?
They won. They all easier add up the losses. They lost 5. So they're 9-5.
That's good. Yeah, Texas A&M's played 12, they're 7-5. So,
Pretty close.
but again, we're not adjusting for home and away in that, but
Sure. And A&M had in that grouping, they had 2 wins away from home.
yep.
Iowa had also 2 wins away from home.
Mhm. But
If,
when you go further, the road depth for A&M is better. They've got
Mhm.
Florida, they got Ole Miss, LSU, DePaul, South Carolina. Even though those are like Q3, they're still road wins that added up.
Well, that place is rocking in Memphis today. Oh,
It's their Super Bowl.
yeah. But 11 a.m. tip. It's hard to get a crowd, juiced on a Sunday.
Just go to Beale Street. Just don't go to sleep Saturday night. Just keep the party
All right.
going at FedEx Forum, baby.
Do we want to take a vote here on this? Had time to absorb it a little bit?
So what are we,
Well, we would be voting moving A&M ahead of Iowa. So
so right now
So
we
just-
have them right behind Iowa.
I mean, on our original seed list, we had A&M 31, Iowa 25.
Right.
So we
I'm
would be
saying-
moving them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots.
I'm saying, in theory, we've already scrubbed them up to 26 and now we're looking.
Right. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
I'm just
saying
updating my
overall-
spreadsheet.
Overall, we're moving them that far. I'm just saying.
I'm fine with Iowa's our top 7, Texas A&M is the second.
So you're saying behind Iowa.
Yeah, 25 Iowa, 26 A&M.
Okay, gotcha. Iowa's 25, A&M 26. That's where you'd have it. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Rocco, you'd be the other way around, right?
Fill me in. I just got a notice about the WCC commissioner change. So I wasn't listening. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, wow. Like you were really disputing him what he said.
Yeah, that's what that was too. You would have A&M 25, Iowa 26, correct?
I don't, if we already have it like Iowa ahead, I'm okay with it. Cause I had Iowa ahead before today and I might switch it by tomorrow morning, but for now I'm okay with it.
All right. I am too.
They're both 7 seeds either way. So I'm good with it.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
That is a reasonable statement.
No need to fight it.
You move these around here. And I would just comment, for bracketing purposes, we got 3 Big Ten teams in that 7 slot. And I understand there's not going to be any 2 Big Ten. Well, there could be, but that could be a problem later on.
Well,
I think all 5 of these Big Ten teams in our 7 and 8 seed range play today.
they're-
So we'll see what
Yes.
happens.
It's just
Only
a
Big Ten and
cluster in
SEC.
there.
All those Big Ten teams are just lumped together. They just
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's
I
like
usually-
1,000 of them tied for at 11 and 8.
On
Not
my
enough
bracket, it's usually
in the
8,
league.
9 area where and it's a real bracketing issue, but here
Mhm.
we could see some different challenges, so.
They say the
Right.
Big Ten and SEC are taking over college sports, right?
Yeah,
All right, so that leaves us on, so now the 7 line, just to clear up everybody, we got Iowa, A&M, Northwestern Michigan State. The 9 line, or sorry, the 8 line is Missouri, Arkansas, Maryland, Illinois.
I put Arkansas down to 32.
Yeah, I do too. Let me make one more point on Big Ten. We've got UCLA probably as a 2 seed. Everybody's going to talk that up. A preview for their future life in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
A nice little 2-7 matchup with Iowa.
Yeah. Good point. Good
So
point.
gross.
Um,
I agree
Yeah.
with Arkansas at 32. Illinois
Yep.
has a couple standout wins against UCLA and Texas neutral court.
Mhm.
I agree with that. I'd put Arkansas at the bottom of that list.
right.
I am not a fan. I am not a fan of Maryland, so I would put them at the bottom.
I'm not a fan of Maryland either.
I think I have more Maryland fans hate me than I could have ever dreamed of in the last 2 weeks. But you just gotta tell it how it is.
I just want to bring up a point. Not saying we have to, not saying we need to discuss. However, we just mentioned it a little bit earlier. That puts Arkansas at 32, FAU at 33.
Let's do it.
Put FAU above all these teams.
At
So
least
I've
a
not-
few of them.
I've not
You
taken a
can
look
laugh
at
now,
their-
but when they're the last team left in the dance, it's gonna, I'll be the one laughing.
yeah,
Just
wow, what a significant boost for them.
How many of your 15 brackets are going to have FAU win it all?
kidding. I don't think I have the guts to go all the way. I'm sure I'm going to have at least 2 or 3 in the final 4, maybe Elite 8.
Wow.
But it's all about matchups. You know how that is.
What's
If they
what's
get
the
matched
type
up-
of- What's the type of matchup you fear the most for FAU?
Houston for sure. I'm scared
Well-
to death of Houston.
I mean, first round. Is
Oh,
there
first
anybody-
round, probably Memphis.
Yeah, I was going to say Memphis.
I mean, just a team that's old and can just get in their head and F with them, if you will.
Mhm.
I mean, I'd be scared of that for any team in that situation.
Yeah.
But some of these like teams we're looking at here, I mean, I think they would turbo Missouri. For example, I think they would handle Maryland. I think Arkansas would be tough because Arkansas is talented. Illinois is talented. Those are dangerous.
No,
So we'll see.
gotcha.
It's all about matchups.
I am pro flipping FAU and Arkansas for sure.
Yeah, you're right, Rocco. That North Texas one, it looks different. Their resume looks totally different now. You know what I mean?
Hey, that was awesome. North Texas put Western Kentucky in a headlock all day long yesterday. I think they had 26 points with about 8 minutes to go. The Hilltoppers. So, and they hate each other too. So I know North Texas people are just loving that.
So we got 5 quad 1 and 2, 5 and 3 versus 7 and 11. Arkansas and FAU.
I mean, obviously Arkansas's top tier wins are better. FAU didn't
Well, sure,
Didn't-
they didn't have a chance.
They didn't
Yeah.
even face a single tournament team.
Yeah, it's too bad Castleton got hurt. Maybe Florida could have made a run late, but that went out the window.
I guess I would say this: if let's say FAU wasn't in the conference USA, we would be talking a lot about North Texas. You know,
I think they're getting closer for me on the bubble watch.
yeah. I mean, yeah, they were on my bubble watch for a while. Over the last month. I mean, I'm just saying that
Yeah.
shows how strong this league.
I
It's
had
the
them
best.
in
Not like they
before
just played a
the
bunch of
loss to
cupcakes.
Charlotte.
And UAB was very highly regarded going into the season. So,
Yeah. This is like think of this as like a traditional Missouri Valley from a lot of years where Loyola Chicago was really strong, and then you had Drake and others.
yeah.
It's the strongest conference USA in 12 years. So by the numbers, and they're better than the Atlantic 10 by a large range, and higher than the WAC. So they're 10th overall per Ken Palm.
I remember when Conference USA was like Memphis, Louisville, Houston.
Yeah, that's back when it was stronger than this, but since then, this is the strongest it's ever been.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They're
Um,
usually like 14th to 18th in recent years. So
Yeah.
I
I
would
will
even
point.
Louisville
Go ahead,
now.
Joe.
They wouldn't take Louisville back this year.
No, they drag them down.
Yeah.
In terms of
That's-
FAU, I just wish they had a win over the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That just kind of, and I agree with you, Tim. I mean, I think they're just looking at their resume now. I feel better about it. I think they
Yeah.
deserve to be higher. Question is how much.
The problem there is like, and Kerry well knows I'm not a protective metrics guy, but you compare them to Arkansas. Oof. Big difference.
But yeah, like just doing some history here. 2019, Wofford got a 7 seed, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
and in that year, their best win was at South Carolina, who was not a tournament team. It's kind of similar to Florida. I can't remember where they were in net, but they were 70th in Ken Palm. And then they just ran the table 21-0 in the SoCon. And in that SoCon, Furman, Greensboro, and East Tennessee State were top 100 teams. So they had 3 top 100 teams, but they never beat a tournament team throughout the year. So similar to FIU in a lot of ways. And their 4 losses, Wofford, that year were Kansas, who were 17th, Mississippi State 21st, Oklahoma 32nd, and North Carolina 7th. So 4 power
Right.
school
They didn't have
losses.
any Q2, 3, or 4 losses that year.
Yeah, they were all
were-
big time opportunities on the road, except for they did play North Carolina at home in the opener.
Yeah, they did go.
Wofford.
They did go undefeated in league play, like Murray
Yep.
State did last year.
Yep.
Obviously FAU has the 2 losses, but the conference they play in is better.
Wofford
Yeah,
was
it is.
Wofford was 13th in the net and 26th in the resume metrics, whereas FAU is what 15 and 27, like almost the same. But
Yeah.
to your point, the Wofford's 4 losses were way less troubling than FAU's worst losses, and they did have more quality wins. So I don't know that they're entirely comparable to the point where it's like, well, Wofford was a 7, so FAU should be a 7.
Right.
But
Yeah. You're also
I
comparing.
agree. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Brad.
No, I was gonna
it's
say
just-
I agree with that. But the other thing, if we are looking at what a team was seeded, you have to look at the other teams that are seated around them.
sure,
yeah,
sure.
of course.
You can't just say, okay, they were a 7, so they're a 7 now.
Yeah, they were being compared to 2019's at-large candidates, and FAU's being compared to 2023's at-large candidates. So that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
But it's a good reference point for what it's worth,
And let's face it here, if we're going 32-33, we're just changing the color of the jersey they're going to wear,
Unless
No,
you're the Matrix.
That's what I was gonna say. What we're doing is we're hunting payment score. If they're a 7 seed, we're at least saving ourselves some points by moving them up 1. I
Touche,
think it's more likely
well pointed out, Rock.
if they win the Conference USA tournament, I think it's way more likely they're a 7 than a 10. So
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Oh,
if they
yeah,
fall, if
absolutely.
they lose, I think if they lose, especially if it's a respectable loss and close or whatever, they'll probably just land where we have them now.
Yeah.
Which kind of sucks because 8-9 games are like the lowest percentage to get to the second weekend, but it is what it is.
I think it's reasonable to put them at 32. That's a good, like you said, that's potentially a good starting point for next weekend, right? As far as judgment.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
I do think Arkansas just, you can't just keep losing, no matter what your computer says. I mean, again, back to Brad's point earlier, at some point, the record does matter. And the number of losses you have matters.
yeah, and if some of these Big Ten teams right above them
Yeah, absolutely.
Lose
It-
a
it-
couple, lose a couple more. You never know.
You know, we got Illinois playing today, right? So
Maryland's going to lose to
Maryland.
Penn State.
Yeah, there we go.
Maryland's playing on the road, which means like, you know,
Yeah.
they partied last night.
All right. We got Memphis going on right now, so we kind of got to skip over that.
Are we
We
doing
got
the
US
30, 32 and 33 swap?
Yeah, we're gonna flip flop that. I think everybody agreed on that.
Sweet.
I would personally keep Arkansas there over FAU, but I'm not, to Carrie's earlier point, not going to fight on it.
I like fights, so
You know where to find me. Well, I know where to find
If
you.
wanna
You don't know
fight,
where
then
I
I'll fight
live.
over FAU staying 33.
Yeah, this Memphis game is electric. My God.
um
I
okay,
hate
so
that court. I hate
we're
that court
down-
so much.
I know.
we're
I
down
like
in
the
here.
other one better.
Okay, we did have some results in the wonderful Mountain West last night. So
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nevada's in trouble.
Nevada's in trouble for sure. Utah State demolitioned Boise as we thought might happen.
Mhm.
yeah, so we've got Arkansas, then Boise, then Memphis, then USC.
I think Boise drops to the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, at least.
And
At
then
least.
let's just go below them a second just to kind of get some, variance. So we had Pitt, Mississippi State, Providence, Rutgers. Obviously, Providence with a horrible loss. Mississippi State lost. Pittsburgh lost. Pittsburgh lost in a buzzer beater, basically, though. So, I mean, they were
They
right there
played
at
well.
Miami.
Yeah.
That was a good game.
Pittsburgh played a good game. Yeah.
That's that.
And we-
I don't think they should be penalized for that loss.
And we had already dropped Providence from 33 to 39 because that
Exactly.
game went final.
Exactly.
So I don't know how much do we need to
Exactly.
adjust them, but
But then we got Auburn, West Virginia below them, so we got more
Right,
discussion
right.
there. So yeah. So I think we ought
So-
to take this just one at a time here and just kind of like, okay, we got this grouping of 4: Arkansas, Boise, Memphis, USC. Memphis, we're kind of going to wait on, so I would say that we should just leave them where they are for right now to see what happens here. Pittsburgh
Well-
again. Oh, well, they're below that, so I won't even talk about that right now. But
leave Memphis, but drop Boise State below them, right? So
yeah,
that
that's what I mean.
technically would move up one spot.
Yeah.
But
And
Yeah.
USC would move up one spot. I mean, let's
Yeah.
face it, USC won a bubble game.
Yep.
With, their best player not even be able to, was in a wheelchair for crying out loud before the game, according to some reports.
Rocco, did you make it to the end of the double overtime game? I fell asleep in the first overtime.
Oh, that's not fair for you. You're out there in the East. Oh, I
No,
definitely
it was 3:30.
yeah. Oh, I was definitely up. I cover both those teams, so it was a big game. And
Yeah.
every time they play, it feels like the games like that. They bring out the best in each other. It was so awesome.
Yeah.
And honestly, Santa Clara blew the game. They made some terrible decisions defensively to let San Francisco rally. Santa Clara should have put them away.
Well, just watching Shabazz and Pajemski go back and forth late in the second half was incredible.
Incredible. Those guys are unbelievable. We're lucky to have those guys, and I wish the rest of the country got to see them more easily.
Or like a comparison here of Boise State and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Let me get the nitty gritties up.
I guess the other thought I had, I know Tim, you just want to go one team at a time. That's fine. But just an initial thought. I think with West Virginia's win over K-State, they're pretty much, for all intents and purposes, going to be a lock now.
Yep.
Mhm.
And their power numbers are so nice.
Yeah.
They might just leap above a bunch of these teams.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I definitely want, there's a couple teams down here we got to look at.
Yeah, yeah.
My least favorite team in the country right now, Arizona State. So,
Well, I can.
so
understand
Boise and Pitt. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not. I just want to make sure about Boise here because
That win over A&M looks better and better.
Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, that's saving them in a lot of ways. But they fell down to, where are they now? They're still in the
7 in the
20s,
net.
right?
27 in the net now.
Yeah, they didn't even drop.
You know,
That's great.
It's now 7-8, under 500 against Q1 and Q2 opponents. With a strength of record in the 50s,
Yeah.
predictive metrics close to 60.
Hmm.
I think Boise State's ahead of them.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's tough because I think once they're both in,
Yeah,
yeah, then maybe you would seed Boise higher. But I think in terms of who's safer, I think Pitt's safer.
I
All right,
think
how do I? Here we go.
You could
Those
maybe
are
find
up there
reasons.
now.
I think you can find more reasons to leave Boise out, but just based on the rest of the bubble, they both should be fine.
yeah, they should both be fine.
Yeah, I can't see, if you look at this Boise State resume, I can't see how you could possibly kick
Right.
them out of the field versus some of these other resumes we're looking at. I
Exactly.
mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
you know,
So
My
then
God.
it's
they've got
We're
4
not
wins against top
discussing
4,
kicking them out.
5 against top 50. I mean, that's 8-9 range. Some teams don't have that. You know what I'm saying? And they're
yep.
I mean,
Yeah, so
the
from
way
that standpoint, I don't have any issue with what Brad said. Based on the performance metrics, Boise State technically is the
Yeah.
tougher draw for whoever they play.
or an issue of time. Yeah, I think we need to move along here. So, all right. So we got Pitt 37, Mississippi State
Mhm.
38, Providence 39, Rutgers 40. That's kind of like status quo there, maybe, since we already adjusted Providence. We didn't really adjust Mississippi State though at all.
They took a loss.
Yes,
Oh, it was a
who were
road
they
loss.
playing?
wasn't a bad loss really. But
To a hot Commodore team.
yeah, who I
Oh,
want to
that's
bring up
right.
later.
Yes.
I think I'm
Rutgers
good
is
with
later,
Mississippi
so
State.
maybe I don't know. Maybe we want to Rocco's point. Maybe we want to jump down to Auburn, West Virginia,
Yeah.
tackle them
Yeah.
first, and then go ahead and see what we got.
Yeah,
Up
Yeah.
to-
All right, let's start with Auburn first.
Okay.
We currently have them at 41 behind Rutgers in that group I just mentioned. I don't know that it just significantly, we're going to boost them 3 seed lines because they beat
no,
Alabama or Tennessee.
At
But
home.
I think we agreed earlier in our discussions yesterday that Tennessee win would kind of make them safer.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. That gives them their first,
Previously,
technically their first quad 1A, but they used to have one with Arkansas. So I guess they just replaced it. But outside of the sorting tools, I would just say they're now 9-10 against the top 2. But you get into quad 3, they've got a lot of depth. They didn't play a weak schedule compared to some of these other teams, and they get all the way up to 17-11. So, overall, it's decent body of work. They're not in the Big 12 or the Big 10, so there was more, fluff in the SEC at the bottom. But for the most part, I think they're safe, and their metrics say all across the board, resume and predictive, all between 27 and 29 right now. So that suggests like 8 seed range. We probably agree with all those losses and being under 500 in top 2 don't belong that high, but pretty solid in the end.
6-9 road neutral too.
6-9. Yep.
Can I?
Yeah, I mean, but if you look at that resume, looking at their resume alone, it's pretty hard to put them past Boise.
yeah, no.
yeah,
That's exactly what I was going to propose. Just to speed things up, we just take Auburn, West Virginia, pop them right above Pittsburgh to the top of the 10 line, and then see where we feel about that.
Yeah, I think
I'm okay
West
with
Virginia's
that.
in its own.
Do you think West Virginia could go further up?
I think
I
with West Virginia's in its own category for me.
I would agree. I think now the worst they can do is 18 or 14, so they're in. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah, they're going in.
Let's just move. Let's do what Terry said though. Move Auburn up in there, right behind Boise.
Would you have Auburn ahead of Mississippi
Mississippi
State?
State. Yeah, that would be a comparison right now since we haven't viewed them after their loss. So I think that's fair, Brad, to take a look.
I think
at
we
that.
did spend a lot of time looking at those two, and I think we all agreed on Mississippi State. But the fact that we spent so much time talking about it, and now they've added that win over Tennessee, Mississippi State added the loss to Vandy, I would lean Auburn, but I think it's a very good comparison to make at this point.
Exactly the same record now.
And Auburn's metrics just blow Mississippi State's out of the water at this point.
Mhm.
But Mississippi State does own the best win, Marquette on a neutral court. I mean, I could see them on the same seed line.
Yep.
Great
Yeah,
point, Brad.
just where we've got 'em.
That's the biggest thing. They're like right next to each other wherever they're at.
Yeah, like I'm fine with them both being 10 seeds right now.
So should we leave the way we had it, just put them in between Providence and Mississippi State? I'm talking about Auburn.
I would
They-
have West Virginia ahead of Auburn.
No.
Oh,
We're,
okay.
we're just talking about Auburn right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
I would
that
put
be-
Auburn. I would probably put Auburn above Providence personally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mississippi
Okay.
State, Auburn, Providence, that order.
Yeah,
Mm.
that works.
Oops, not 396, 39.
I feel like the committee. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter that much probably, but I feel like the committee's going to have Auburn higher than Mississippi State. But
Yeah.
just because
We're still
perform-
gonna do it. We're still gonna
Yeah.
do a final scrub. This is just kind of
yeah, no worries. Yeah, let's leave it. Let's
expediting.
leave it then. Let's leave
this
it.
is expediting that final scrub, so that'll go a little quicker for us because we are getting into a little not too bad, but a little bit of time crunch here. Okay, so
West Virginia.
we got Providence, we got Rutgers, Providence,
That's a
Auburn,
fun one.
Mississippi State. All right, now West Virginia.
I'd have them the top of this list, to be frank.
Yeah. I had them as a 9 before yesterday.
Yeah, I've kind of placeholdered them with more of like the Memphis and USC's of the world at this point.
Hmm.
Now to do that, we would have to bump Boise down to a 10.
Totally comfortable with that.
Okay.
Personally.
That would also slip Rutgers as the last bye team.
Yep.
Fortunately for them, Nevada lost
Yeah, we haven't even
and
yeah, we-
Arizona State lost.
Yeah, we haven't even
Right.
got to Nevada yet and Arizona State. So
There is
a
the
vote
Utah State
to
factor,
put
though.
them at 36.
West Virginia, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good placeholder spot. At least they're on the 9 line at that point.
Mm.
I'm fine with that for now. I'm a little hesitant to put them that high based on being 17 and 13.
Yeah.
But that's
So-
okay for now.
To that point, I would add the previous teams who got in with 15 losses. I believe it was Vanderbilt in
Yeah.
2017, Florida 1 year, Alabama 1 year. All had 15 losses. They were all either a 9 or a 10 seed.
Yep.
Yeah. Colin Sexton, baby.
Remember Vanderbilt that 1 year had like the number 1 strength of schedule, number 1 non-conference strength. Like it was.
Yeah.
I think they had 3 wins over like number 5 in the RPI, Florida, I think.
Right.
Yep.
And I don't think West Virginia has those types of wins.
No, they were
Oh.
missing that.
Yeah.
Actually, they had so many chances to get them too,
Yeah. No kidding.
Right.
which bugs me about them. And but hey, they earned it for this criteria. I still feel like there was a year in the old days where they might have got left out still, but those days are over.
Okay. So let me just rattle off just so we're clear. So from 9 seed, we got Arkansas, Memphis, USC, West Virginia. 10
Mhm,
seeds are Boise State, Pittsburgh, Mississippi State, Auburn.
mhm.
And now we're on to the 11s where we have Providence, Rutgers, Nevada, North Carolina State, Arizona State, Wisconsin. Let's begin with Nevada.
Last team in for me.
So I guess a fair comparison right now would be Nevada and Wisconsin.
Utah
right?
State.
I was going to say
Well-
Utah State. I think that's the easiest.
Okay, you
Yeah.
want to do that? Sure.
I'll pull those up in the old Warren Nolan. Got to go so damn high to find Utah State.
You hurt your neck.
I know. Just submitted what the heck? A bubble watch thing and made a point that Utah State is the most annoying team all season long. Like, just from a bracketology standpoint.
Yeah, and I'll say this just from eye test standpoint too. When I watch these games, I was always like, wow. Like the last 6 weeks, I'm like, gee, I gotta believe that this team, the way they look on, most nights, I think are right there at the top of the Mountain West. I mean,
Yeah, they could easily win the tournament. They got
Yeah,
with that. Yeah, so as the MWC rep, I'll just give you guys a refresh. That win combined with Nevada's loss gave Utah State the 3 seed, and they're actually going to probably play New Mexico in their first game, which New Mexico's pretty far out now, but obviously that's a good draw for New Mexico to get a path. You've got Boise there as the 2 seed on that side. So again, thinking about both Utah State and New Mexico possibly making a run here. Obviously, if either win the tournament, a lot of discussion goes out the window, except for spotlight will be on Nevada if that happens. Nevada's up there at the 4 seed. They'll take on the upstart 5 seed San Jose State.
Yes.
And of course, the Aztecs are the conference champions. So those will be the 6 teams to pay attention to.
well, in the record of the top 4, Nevada was 3-3.
New Mexico is our Tulsa team. Just throwing that out there.
I agree
don't
with you.
Throw out.
I agree with you.
Utah State was 2-4.
But Utah State, just as a background, they're 8th in the country in effective field goal percentage. They're 6th in the country in 3-point field goal percentage, and they're 11th in adjusted efficiency. They're an electric offensive team.
Yes, they are.
And I think that's
No
what
doubt.
Tim's referring to. So
No doubt.
if they get some basketball voices talking about them, that's going to help their case.
Same thing happened with Belmont a few years ago. Just the offensive efficiency in particular really impressed the committee.
That's a great point.
Tough
But
thing with
we've got
these-
new members. We've got new members now, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
just
We
I
have-
just think from a pure resume standpoint, Nevada's clearly ahead of Utah State. That's how I feel.
yeah.
From looking at the results here, right? Not
Well,
from a
I
metric
mean, you have-
standpoint.
No,
'cause-
metrics. Computers love Utah State.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean the big difference is Utah State got Nevada, Boise, and ORU at home. Nevada got San Diego State and Boise at home, but Nevada swept New Mexico. And I think Utah State, they split. Is that right? No,
They only played New Mexico once.
they put them once, beat them at home. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean
Imbalanced schedule again.
Yeah.
Nevada.
the
Nevada-
resumes
Yep.
the resumes look they literally look like Nevada should be ahead, but then you look at KPI and strength of record, and they both clearly point to Utah State. So I mean, there may be a little something more under the hood there.
Utah State went 20-1 in quads 2 and 3, and 17 of those wins were by at least 9 points. Like they gamed the system really, really well.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
had, if you tack on, those top 3 quad 1 with the top 100, I mean, they just kicked ass in that. They were 11-1 in Q2 and top Q3. I mean,
Yeah.
if you cut it off at 100, I mean, they're 10-1, excuse me, because Colorado State's outside that, but still.
Yeah, going into the year, I like their schedule a lot. I helped them get a bunch of their games, and they felt good about it. Some of these teams, of course, much like a lot of the teams we've discussed in this situation, didn't turn out to be as good as we thought back in October. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of nice wins. I think Brad pointed out yesterday the San Francisco win was actually a road game. They just played it in the NBA arena, and they're getting it dinged for a neutral. That actually probably should be a quad 2 win. Just, something that you can't really see unless you really dive deep. And then, the Washington State game, I believe that one was in Spokane, and that should be a quad 1 win. So There's some stuff they're kind of getting dinged on. If they were smart, they would have wrote a letter to the NCAA in February and got that stuff fixed. But they didn't, from what I can tell, assuming that Warren's site is correct. But yeah, so like you start digging deeper and there's more and more things to like. But I do think, that obvious slam dunk piece is still missing. A road win, a clear road win at a tournament team, also missing the San Diego State opportunity at home is enough to leave them out too.
Both teams are missing that road win against the NCAA tournament team.
The
Exactly.
entire Mountain West is, except for New Mexico.
And like I said earlier, Nevada misses 2 free throws to ice the game against Kansas State, ends up losing in overtime.
Mhm. Changes
imagine-
everything.
Changes everything. And
I mean,
that's a
speaking
game
of
in the
changes
Caribbean.
everything, how different do we feel if Utah State is the one outside of the top 30 and Nevada is the one in the top 30 on net, and all of a sudden those resumes change? Utah State is in some ways getting punished for having the better net than Nevada, right? Are they really less quality on the quadrant 1 side just because Nevada's outside the top 30 and they're in the top 30? Like, Nevada shouldn't benefit from Utah State being higher up on the metrics.
Right. I'm with you on that. But I think you just look at the teams instead of the quads, and they beat all 3 of the big dogs at home. Nevada did. Utah State did not do that. They also swept New Mexico. So all the damage that you could ask for, Nevada got pretty much most of it. They didn't get the road win at USU or Boise or San Diego State. That would have been a clincher. But they got those 5. And, they were really competitive in that, obviously, Kansas State loss and other things. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways you can slice it. But I do think maybe, if you want to be fair, Utah State could deserve 2 quad 1 wins because Washington State was in Spokane. But that's, again, just diving deep.
The one thing we haven't mentioned is, how do we feel about putting a bubble team in with 2 quad 4 losses? Not just bad losses, they're quad 4 losses.
Those were right before Christmas, right?
Yeah, I apologize. The Wazoo game was in the Diamond Head, so forget that. I thought that was one of the Spokane games that Wazoo plays.
Yeah, I'll say this. I mean, again, this is where you got to drill down a little bit. At least they weren't 300 or 250.
Right.
At least they were edge to the top. Secondly, kudos to you, Rocco, with the scheduling, having them only for 3 quad 4 games, but you might want to tell them to win more than one of those next time.
Geez, how much power do you think I have?
You got all kinds of power. All right.
No.
I mean,
But
I'm
good
just happy
job.
they're
Good job with the
willing to play
schedule,
some of
Rocco.
these teams.
Seriously, good job with the schedule. I mean, this is a schedule that, these kind of teams ought to look at rather than,
Yeah. Oh,
8
yeah.
games at quad 4,
So one thing that I don't know that we've mentioned in general is, do we really think Utah State at 9-5 against quads 1 and 2 is going to be left out? That's a heck of a win percentage versus the first 2 quadrants. I don't see that being left out.
The only way you can put poison on that, Graham, is by looking at quad 4.
Yep.
And then you have to decide how poisonous are those 2 losses.
And we're okay with it with Texas A&M. So
That's a different
Right.
discussion.
Yeah.
I know.
Because that's a seeding discussion. This is just getting in.
I mean, and really, both of these teams might be in right now.
I
mean,
think
know
they
we're
are.
discussing
They could
these
be.
2
Should we
competing
compare them to
against each other,
Arizona
but-
State?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Good
Let's first of all, we're going back and forth here. It kind of sounded to me like we had a majority that thought Nevada would probably stay above Utah State. Is that fair or not fair?
I probably would go that route right now, personally.
I would.
I'd be
I'm okay
Utah
with
State, but it sounds like I'm outvoted. Yeah.
I think it's
yeah,
I think
it's
it's
tough for me,
Nevada
man.
45, Utah State 46, and Arizona State just out. But let's
I
see where we
wish
land.
Utah State had one more Q1 win, then it would just flip it for me. 100%.
The one thing I think Utah State does have, to your point from the other day, Tim, is that's just a very good overall record. At some point, you look at that record, it's like
Yeah.
they just won a lot of games.
Yeah, they did.
And again, like Rocco was saying, if you watch them, I mean, they're gonna beat somebody in the NCAA tournament. Seriously, I mean, they are. I mean,
Yeah, they'd be a great Dayton team to just go out there and light it up and
yeah.
scare whoever has to play them after that. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
tough
and
because you've got these types of schools going up against potentially a couple Big Ten schools on the bubble here and an Oklahoma State possibility. I mean, it's just like, man, this is where the weight in the room
Right.
really
And
you got to
let's
get this
be-
right though. You can't screw a team out of the tournament. I mean, I would hope.
Yeah. And let's remember what we're doing here. We're doing it as the season ends today, you know, so this could change next week. So I think we got to like narrow our focus down to like, okay, this is just what it is right now. You know, we can worry about next week, you know, I mean, as far as like, well, you know, I wish we had a little more data here. I wonder how they'll do in the tournament and all that. And that's all true. But we got to just do it today. So whatever it is, but so I'm hearing that it's a slight edge, very razor thin edge, Nevada over Utah State.
Yeah. And let me jump in and run point for a second just to clear, because they were 7 spots apart. So are we unanimous? Nevada falls behind NC State.
Yeah,
And Utah
Yeah.
State certainly jumps North Carolina.
I would agree.
Does
Let's
Utah State jump
Yeah,
Penn
let's-
State?
Let's
Penn
review.
State's down 13 at the half to Maryland.
Oh shit!
That's what I get for talking trash.
So
But
let's
hey, Maryland can make our lives a little easier here. So
yeah, they could. So I think Arizona State, Utah State right now, right? For the next comparison.
If we have Utah State jumping Penn State, I would say so. Yes. And I certainly would have Utah State jumping Penn State.
Me too.
Especially if they lose this game.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the big if, right? But we can come back to that for a minute later. Let's do the Utah State because then we have 2 other teams I want to look at. So let's do the Utah State Arizona State one right now.
And then
Because do we agree that Wisconsin pushed ahead
That's-
of Arizona State?
that's what I was going to say. Is Wisconsin now ahead of both Arizona State and Nevada?
Yes.
I think Wisconsin's ahead of Arizona State. Yeah, I mean, I'm hesitant to raise them any further with a 78 net.
Yeah.
They're
That's
still
dangerous.
they're still in that. They're still in Dayton.
Yeah.
And if they get in, they're going to be in Dayton. But
I just wanted to make sure before we go comparing Arizona State and Utah State that we actually have them, side by side.
I think I like that comparison: Arizona State, Utah State.
All right, I'll pull that up.
All right, I'll agree to move that, flip that around.
Where is Arizona State in the net? 50s,
65.
65. Oh, good.
I love how you're giving these subtle hints about where we should be going, Carrie.
No, I was literally scrolling and couldn't find them. So as you see, the net difference. I mean, I will quickly reiterate my point from the other night when we talk about there's never been a team 32 or higher in the net to miss the tournament. We've only had one normal season with the net. So I don't focus as much on that as some people do, and 21 is going to be damn hard to let out in favor of 65 Arizona State and 78 Wisconsin.
One thing that jumps out for me is that as much as we've talked about Utah State having those 2 quad 4 losses, Arizona State does have one. But how different are we looking at them if they lost to Cal too? They went to overtime against Cal, could have easily been in the same position as Utah State. I get it's about wins and losses. So, they did win that game. But I don't want to go too hard on Utah State for the 2 quad 4 losses if Arizona State was really close to being in the exact same position.
Yeah.
I think if Arizona State had lost to Cal, we probably wouldn't be talking about them.
No, not at all.
If a half court shot doesn't go in, we probably.
Probably
If
not.
Ryan Kalkbrenner's healthy, we're not talking about Arizona State.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure that game was the BYU game was the one that made the difference.
Yeah.
King showed last night. He played pretty much like he did the whole game against Arizona State, so it wasn't. But yeah, obviously, the shot did go in against Arizona State, and Kalkbrenner wasn't there, so they do have those power wins.
Yep, they've
Another
2
thing that
really
jumps
good
out-
wins.
Another thing that jumps out for me is you look at the results-based metrics for Arizona State. Neither of them are really in tournament territory, which is fine. But okay, they've got the win over Arizona, and they've got the win over Creighton. But this is not like a Rutgers situation from last year where they just loaded up on great wins.
No.
I just don't even think that we're talking about a team that can't be passed up in the same way that Rutgers had those kinds of wins. So for me, I really look at those results-based metrics for Utah State and the huge gap between these two. And if there's some sort of doubt, the quadrant 2 performance really makes me lean Utah State.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of having a committee, gentlemen, because you that perspective is totally valid. And I like Utah State. But from Arizona State's perspective, they've got 2 pieces of gold, and Utah State has nothing. And those pieces of gold are pretty valuable to probably a portion of the room. And so then you got 2 other pieces of silver with road wins in 1B. Again, those are better road wins than anything Utah State has. So now you're talking about 4 wins away from Tempe that are better than anything Utah State's done away from Logan. And you could actually add in Michigan, VCU as a 5th and a 6th. And then the Stanford win is probably on par with UNLV, which is Utah State's best road win. So you look at it from that standpoint, and it's like no brainer Arizona State. With all other things being equal, which they're not, I get that. But anyway, that's just another perspective.
I think if Arizona State's win against Arizona was at home, I would be more inclined
Agreed.
to have Utah State pass them. But as the committee mentioned, high Q1 road wins. I mean, those are so hard to come by.
Which keeps the Lobos in the mix.
I was literally just going to say that. If we're talking 2 pieces of gold, let's throw New Mexico back in.
I was really high on New Mexico, and then until they lost.
They lost
when they got healthy, and then they started losing. They lost another 2 games, I think. When
they just
House
lost
came
to
back.
Colorado State. They just lost to as well.
Yeah.
Yep. They did not. I know we're not discussing New Mexico right now, but Jalen House was out for their 2 worst losses. I don't know if that's.
It matters to me. That was that was a different team. But anyway, we'll get to them hopefully at some point, or not. But but yeah, I think those are the big things. Like, man, it's a tough call, and in our shoes, we're basically guessing what they're going to decide. And I have to lean with Brad just on the standpoint of, from everything we know about this committee, that seems to be important.
And maybe Wisconsin makes our lives easier later today.
Yeah, that'd be great.
My heart is so with Utah State, but my head says they're not going to go that way.
Well, I think the cool thing about Utah State is they're a very safe option if a couple more teams fall, to just give them that last spot or second to last spot, something like that.
Good point.
If somebody just goes out next Wednesday or Thursday, or a couple teams just go out Wednesday or Thursday, and I would hope they give them that chance, and then maybe they take their spot if they don't play well. But I thought that was going to happen last year. Notre Dame played terrible in their first game, and they still got in. So I'm still losing faith in that theory.
Right.
And then, of course, Notre Dame wins a tournament game and makes the committee look smart.
Mhm. So I
Correct.
know this isn't a metric on the sheet. There's never been any notion that they're going to add up the 6 computer metrics and take an average. But if you do, Utah State is 31, Arizona
Yeah.
State is 60.
Isn't that what Torvik does?
He takes the average of KPI and SOR and then the average of the 3 predictives, but there's no all 6 average.
Okay. Okay. Good to know.
So do we want to, it sounds to me, do we have anybody saying we should put Utah State ahead of Arizona State?
I think you are.
I think Graham and I
My
both
heart
are
is,
too.
my heart is, my head says Arizona State.
I would
What
go
is your
Utah
answer?
State.
I'll tell you this, Rocco, I'll tell you this, Utah State would beat Arizona State on a neutral floor. I'm just saying.
And I
Shirts and
I'm not
skins.
disagree. Yeah, here's the craziest thing about the whole sport is I actually agree with that, but I also can't even picture Utah State going to Tucson and hanging with them at all. And Arizona
Right,
State,
right.
because they're rivals,
Tempe, you
and
mean?
it's like their Super Bowl, they were able to win the game. And so, man, that's the hardest part about the discussion.
Yeah, I know it. One bounce of the ball, that game could have gone a different way. You know what I mean? It's just like, wow.
But yeah, if Utah State goes to Tucson, they're getting probably pummeled by 10 plus.
I know it.
Well, it's not like Arizona has been consistently good.
That is
However,
true.
Here's the
however,
other thing.
Rocco, if they go to USC, they probably win. Just saying.
They could.
Here's
They
the other
haven't won
thing.
their
We-
road games in the Mountain West though. So
I know. I was just I mean, that was like in a big time game. Arizona State just laid an egg last.
Sorry, Brad. Go ahead.
Now, I was gonna say, I mean, yesterday we had Arizona State ahead of Utah State. I mean, Arizona State still, they lost by 3 at USC, a team that's in the field.
Yeah.
Whereas Utah State beat Boise State at home, which is a good win. Is that enough to really flip-flop them? I don't know.
Yeah, I would just say that game was not a 3-point game to me anyway.
Right. Yeah, no, they were down I know they were down double digits in the second half and stuff, but
Well, did you see the end? The game-winning shot looked like it was, or the game-tying shot looked like it was going in.
yeah.
It hit the rim. I mean, if that goes in, we're in overtime.
Yeah, I know.
I'll say this: both these teams are above North Carolina. How about that?
Yes.
Agreed.
And they're about to be emphatically ahead of Penn State too.
Wow, they're bad, huh?
Adams, the head coach at Tech, just got suspended.
Who dat?
The head coach at Tech, Texas Tech,
What for?
he cited a Bible verse to a player, and that Bible verse had to do with slaves obeying
geez.
master.
Oh God.
Unbelievable.
Shall we come up with our 1 seeds of the worst coaches this season? New Mexico State, Chris Beard, now Mark Adams.
Yeah, you know what that is. You know what that is, guys. What
They
my
want
guts-
him fired.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of drama with him throughout the year. I'm not sure if any of you guys have followed that, but I think they want to move on. Let's just put it that way.
And they're gonna bring Chris Beard back, aren't they?
Holy cow. That's like it's like pro wrestling down there.
Yep.
What the hell's going on? Like
He's gonna get a Power 5 job. Like they
Oh
fired
yeah,
him
I mean
too
somebody like
quickly.
Ole Miss, like
Ole Miss, yeah, SEC.
if Ole Miss can hire Hugh Freeze and all those types of guys,
Lane
what's wrong with
Kiffin.
Beard? Yeah, unbelievable.
So Utah State, Arizona State, we're leaving the Sun Devils in.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, let
All
me pull up 2 teams I want us to look at one more time. Well,
Vanderbilt.
one team one more time, and one team we haven't looked at all, and that's Vanderbilt and Oklahoma State.
What about North Texas? They're top 39.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, Tim.
Yeah, no.
We don't have another week, Rocco.
What do you mean? This is all we're going to be doing next week.
Well, unfortunately, we have a deadline in 5 hours.
I'm just playing with you, man.
I know you are, buddy. I know you are. And I've had a lot of North Texas love this year.
Mhm.
As good as they are this year, they were better last year. And
I
Still
thought
got
this
screwed.
was a valid comparison, Oklahoma State and Vanderbilt. And I just felt like Vanderbilt has been coming, and I just never thought they had enough. And I would just make sure they don't have enough. And again, this might just be more like something we would look at next weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
not today, but I thought it was worth a look.
I think,
they're still 82nd in the net.
yeah,
That's the killer, right?
I think Vanderbilt is out right now, but they're definitely in the mix, and they, in theory, will have a quarterfinal against Kentucky, but that's also a late Friday game. So now we're in Texas A&M territory from last year.
Yeah.
Will it matter? But if you get a second win away from home over Kentucky and get left out, it's like, what the hell?
And the
I've got Oklahoma State and Vanderbilt pulled up side by side in our little screen sharing. Now the result-based metrics are identical.
Yeah, computers just absolutely hate them.
Yeah.
I mean, I would still rather take like a Sam Houston or a North Texas over this team,
Yes.
but those are hard arguments to win for sure.
Yeah, right. That's that. There you go with the committee, right?
Yeah.
I think for me, the quad one performance, neither of them were terrific, but both are pretty decent. What stands out is that Oklahoma State just had a harder quad one schedule than Vanderbilt did. So Vandy probably has some nicer wins within quad one, but it was a tougher schedule for Oklahoma State. So I think they really, if you look at the bottom in Q1B, I think that shows that when they did get more manageable games, they did really well in those. It was just that they had a lot of at Connecticut, at Kansas, at Texas, at Baylor to contend with.
Houston up at half, 41-32.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be my argument, Graham. Like with Vanderbilt, like at least they did, go on the road to beat Kentucky. They beat Tennessee. They beat, they did have the higher quality. They didn't have as much, depth down, like you said, in 1B, They did beat Pittsburgh home, but another team, the way they have 1, 2, 3,
They have
4,
six wins over
5,
the projected
6,
field,
Yeah, 6 wins over
Yep.
projected field.
plus that sweep of Florida, which not a tournament team, but noteworthy.
Nevertheless, yeah.
Oklahoma State 4 wins over the field, but also they swept Texas Tech and Oklahoma, again noteworthy.
Although when you start at the top of the list and you see 101 to 44, that kind of gives you a little pause.
Where's that at? 101.
Alabama, when they played Alabama.
Oh, the score. Gotcha. Thought you
Yeah.
were comparing two metrics.
No.
No, I would never compare two metrics. Get out of here.
Three losses for Vanderbilt outside of the first two quadrants compared
Yeah.
to one for Oklahoma.
But there again, at least they were under 200. You know what I mean? They
Yeah,
weren't.
Southern Miss loss.
Yeah, Southern
So-
Miss.
Aged
good.
quite nicely.
Grambling State at home.
Yeah, you shouldn't lose that game. Don't get me wrong.
Not at all.
Don't sleep on Grambling.
Yep.
They beat Colorado as well.
So we're really just throwing these teams up as, hey, let
Yeah, I just wanted to take one last look. I just want to cover our bases,
Yeah.
Anyway, so I think these teams would probably move up to our top 4 out, though, don't you agree? Depending on how Penn State does today.
Oklahoma State, yes. I got Vanderbilt as 5th out.
Yeah.
I can't put them in the first four. Maybe after Penn State loses, they move up. But
So would
So
we,
what-
so what would our list look like for top four out right now? Because originally we had Penn State, North Carolina, Utah State, Michigan.
I
I
think
thought we
it's
had.
you,
Oh, we got rid of Charleston, didn't we?
yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Charleston's second four.
I've got Utah
What
State,
about,
Penn State, and North Carolina.
what about replacing North Carolina with Oklahoma State, but just putting Oklahoma State at the bottom of that list? Everybody else moves up.
Well, I've got. You mean
Well,
put
we were going to put Utah State first, right? We'd
Utah-
already,
Yeah, I just meant for North Carolina moving out, and then after Utah State has already moved up, the other two teams move up, and Oklahoma State slots in at the bottom.
Well, I've got Oklahoma State as my second team out.
Yeah. Let me
So Oklahoma State's 12 and 14, top three quads, right?
I think so.
There's been a lot of teams that can do worse than 6 and 11 against quadrant one. 6 wins against Q1 typically get you pretty well into the conversation.
Yeah. A lot of those teams, though, they end up doing really perfect jobs in the other quads, and the Pokes brought 3 more losses to the table.
so if we assume Penn State loses, they're down 13. We'll see what happens. Let me just throw this out there. Utah State as our first team out, then Michigan, then Vanderbilt, then Oklahoma State. Is that where we're at?
I mean,
I have Oklahoma State.
I had
I
a
would put
yeah.
I would put Charleston in there too.
yeah, I have Charleston over most of those teams. Brad, what were you going to say?
No, I said I would have Oklahoma State over Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Oklahoma State's right on the cut line, in my opinion, because
Team
can you
out.
stomach? Yeah, can you stomach the 12 and 14 record? If you can, you've got the win at Iowa State that actually looks better than yesterday,
Yep.
and it's a sweep of Iowa State. And I'll add again, I said it yesterday, but they were the first team to win at Hilton this year. Eventually, 2 others joined them, but hard thing to do.
Yes.
And, I don't know if this will actually come up in the committee room, but you had a true round robin in the Big 12, and they finished above West Virginia, who we're all pretty convinced should be higher up in the field.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the thing that puts Oklahoma State in jeopardy is losing at home to SIU, losing in OT to UCF, and then a neutral court VTech loss. I mean, both those neutral court losses are not bad, but it's just adding on top of the abundance of losing in the Big 12.
All right, sharing our potential first 5 out at the moment. If we want to debate any of these, I'm open to Oklahoma State over Michigan. Again, these are numbers from like 3 days ago. I haven't updated.
Yeah,
but-
how we originally did it, we had Michigan over Oklahoma State. So
right.
do we think that win yesterday is enough to jump them ahead of Michigan? I guess is the question.
I do.
I do.
Yeah, I mean that they were 72 and 73, and I think that was a significant enough win. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should be ahead of Michigan.
Okay. So we've got Utah, Oklahoma State right now, then Michigan. Then it's between Vandy and Charleston, basically, right?
I
Yeah.
think so.
So we already voted Michigan above Charleston. Is that why they're there?
Well, we did,
Yeah,
by a
yesterday.
couple of spots. Yeah. And
I would,
nothing,
because I would pretty clearly have Charleston above both Michigan and Vandy personally.
We should also. I lost track of Clemson somewhere. They should be in here too.
yeah,
we
they're
had
the
them.
second 4 out.
Yeah.
For
I mean,
whatever,
on my spreadsheet, I don't know what happened to them.
I don't know that I have an appetite for that, but
I do think most people, and I don't want to assume for everybody, but I'm guessing most people would think Charleston should be above Vandy. So then the question is, do
Yeah.
we want to do a head-to-head comparison between Michigan and Charleston?
absolutely.
All right, there's Clemson at the bottom of that list, but we
Yeah,
had
one-
them at 73 4 yesterday, so they should still be in there after blowing out Notre Dame.
One thing hurting Charleston and North Texas, for example, is they don't have any representation in the room unless these Sunbelt Big Sky and Samford ADs really go to bat for them. And the SWAC guy. SWAC guy is the vice chairman, Charles McClellan. But yeah, like those are not part of
Oh.
Conference USA or the CAA.
Clark
Hold on a
Keller's
sec,
talking to
hold on a
Chris
sec.
Reynolds right now.
Yeah.
Oh, they are?
Get to Sunday, and that's
He's explaining how scrubbing works.
teams to see that we would have 4 to replace in that order. So you want to make sure that with each team on that list, that you're comparing the teams to those other teams. Or not just.
All right, we don't need this is stupid. I'm for Charleston ahead of both Michigan and Vanderbilt. If we want to discuss that. I'm sure Rocco's in just severe opposition to that proposal.
I just have a hard time with the 340. That's just me, but
Out to, was it Alan Bykowski who was bringing that up? The intent of schedule, like what Charleston put together based on how teams were last season, that they should have been much better schedule wise.
yeah, I'm just saying overall strength of schedule.
Yeah, I think looking at it now, I think it's a close discussion. If they drop another one, I don't know that it becomes as close of a discussion for me.
Right, and they would have to drop another one to be in the infield. And again, we're talking about teams that are out of our field right now anyway, so I don't know. If you want to put Charleston, I'm okay. We're not, I'm not dying on any hill here.
I mean, I think there's no world in which Vanderbilt's getting in unless they beat Kentucky, right? I think we kind of agree on that.
Yeah, we're not even talking about Vanderbilt today. Yeah,
Yeah,
totally correct.
so
Totally correct.
So let's put Charleston ahead of Vanderbilt for our show tonight.
Yep.
At least show some love to the mid majors.
And then we're gonna go Vandy, Clemson,
Penn State and North Carolina, I guess.
well, yeah, maybe North, yeah.
Throw New Mexico in there for me.
Vandy, Penn State, North Carolina. You want Clemson after Vandy? Yeah, This
Either
is
way.
second out at this point. It really is
Yeah.
relevant. All right, so back to our bracket. We have
Yes.
scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed on the bottom, and we have come up with the last 4 in North Carolina State, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona State.
NC State, Nevada, Wisconsin, Arizona State. Yeah.
All right.
Is it time to call Dave Warlock, or are we going to debate these?
Well, we got to get
12 through
12 through
16s.
16
Yeah.
seated first.
Yeah.
But we didn't discuss North Texas at all. All right.
Well, I mean, we can discuss. And Rock, I'm sorry, just as an effort of time. I mean, we're talking
Sure.
about last 4 out here.
Yeah.
So second 4 out, we can come back if we have a few minutes. We can come back to it because they're not going to make our field.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that. I agree
Yeah,
with that.
yeah, let's
Yep.
do that. So let's jump in here. Okay, so we had one result last night, SEMO winning the OVC.
And there were 2, and FDU won the NEC.
Oh yeah, FDU, yes, because by default, you are correct.
Gotta love it.
All right, so they are both 16s.
Yes. Last two teams.
All right, so then let's jump up to the top. So I think for value of time, let me put it this way. And I'm not saying they're the number one or anything. I'm just saying let's get them into groups here. Whoever wins Bradley Drake's going to be a 12, right? Would
Yes.
everybody agree with that?
Yes.
For all intents and purposes, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
And I
So-
think from Bradley's the team more on the edge. But for their sake, if they get the Drake win, that actually helps solidify that. And then it's going to be well in advance of the committee even meeting. So it's all going to
Mhm.
be a part of the evaluation.
Yeah, so I would say today as we do it, Bradley Drake, okay, that'd make our jobs a little bit easier. So we'll put them in at a 12. The other team, Charleston, obviously, because they're our last four out, they're gonna be a 12.
And unless they get steamrolled by Hofstra again.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, we can't have them in, can we?
Right. Hofstra's the number one seed. So
Yeah, so we have to eliminate Charleston, really.
keep them somewhere if you want, just to have their data available. But
We've got them first four out. That's what I was saying. Like we'll at least
Yeah, we already
them-
have them first four out, so we're there. And that'll be a next weekend type switch,
Yeah.
okay? We've already deemed VCU probably in Oral Roberts VCU. I think we pretty much agree there.
Yep.
So that
Yeah,
leaves
I would-
Liberty.
I would have Oral Roberts as the top team out of all those, by the way.
I
Okay,
would too. Yep.
I
Yep.
agree with that.
all right. So I'll move them to the top. And then the last two we had in this grouping were Liberty and Sam Houston.
Sam Houston for me, for
like
sure.
Sam
Yeah. Rocco has swayed the committee for sure.
Liberty's got a lot of empty calories. It's like
Yeah.
they're like the Paris Hilton of mid majors. Looks pretty, rich daddy, but famous for no reason.
But there's another team. So we can't even have Liberty in there, right?
Kennesaw's the number one seed.
Yeah, we can't even, so we
And they're
can't
about
even
to.
consider-
They're going to tip off in an hour.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. So I'll just put ASUN in there when we get to that part. Okay, so the ASUN would be down to 13 then, correct?
Yes.
Would that be a fair?
Well, Kennesaw's
Kennesaw
going to
might be a 14.
Right.
Yeah, Kennesaw could squeeze into a 14 if they get that Liberty win.
Okay, let's put them off to the side. So here's the other teams we had at 13. And we'll come back and rank
Toledo-
these in a minute.
Toledo.
So we had Toledo, Iona, Yale, Furman, Hofstra, UCI, Louisiana.
Yeah, for me, Toledo and Hofstra are the clear top two. The other ones are kind of are pretty close. I tend to lean Yale over Iona personally. I think there's more substance there.
I would have Yale over Iona as well.
And then I guess I would lean Louisiana as my fourth for now.
No
And
love
keep-
for UCI.
UCI took a couple bad losses down the stretch. They lost to UC San Diego, who canceled their season, 300+ loss that crushed the Eaters. So the Eaters are probably going to be at the top of the 14 somewhere. But yeah, I guess the hard one I think for me is Iona versus Louisiana for the last spot. Is that what you got, Brad?
Pretty much that's what I have. I had because I still had Utah Valley in my Utah
Okay.
Valley and Liberty, so that kind
Yeah.
of changes things
Mhm.
around.
Sure. Yeah, those are a lot closer.
Yeah, but see, Iona and Louisiana are very, they're very close. That could go either way. Louisiana,
Want to do a vote here?
I think the case for Louisiana is they're in a better league.
mhm.
Right.
And I actually still have to put my little profile for them together. There's
Yeah.
been so many upsets in that tournament. I'm almost expecting them to get upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
they're
would
still
go.
there.
I would lean Iona if only because they would have the conference title sweep, whereas
And they got-
Louisiana didn't even win the league.
And the Patino factor. They got hooked up that one year with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
extra seed.
Yeah, I would, lean very slightly to Iona.
would
But I
too.
wouldn't die on that hill.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fine for now because we might have to replace Louisiana in a few hours anyway.
All right.
Re-
So
Replace
now
all of
we
these
go.
in a few days.
So then, beginning of 14, let me put
Louisiana.
Hofstra in here. 14, we would probably start off with Louisiana, right?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
I'd probably go Irvine after that. And then you're looking Furman. Furman's got to be in there.
Yep.
Colgate.
And yeah, I would go Colgate. Yep.
So okay, Furman. Alright.
Yeah, Eastern
Wait,
Washington
wait.
was there for me, but they lost their last 2 games of the season and they've fallen below Colgate.
All right. So then we go to 15. That's where I kind of had Kennesaw slated.
Exactly.
Original.
Kennesaw, Eastern Washington, Vermont.
Yep. Okay.
And then what was the debate between Youngstown and Asheville? I don't know where we landed on that, but that would be the last one.
Yeah, we had a Youngstown.
Youngstown.
We had Youngstown ahead.
That's what I've got. Okay.
Everybody agree with that?
Sounds good.
Sure.
I do. Yeah.
I've got Asheville ahead, but I'm okay with Youngstown there. I mean, Youngstown played zero quality opponents. And Asheville actually.
I tried.
Okay. So, yeah. And so, Brad, are you okay with that? Or do you want to?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yep.
So, that leaves this. So we have how many games? Okay. We already talked about Bradley Drake,
Kennesaw
have
Liberty.
Kennesaw Liberty.
Asheville's playing today for the title against Campbell.
What
If
time's that
Campbell
game?
wins, they're probably
It's going on.
Yeah. Campbell
It's going
was the
on right
7th
now?
seed.
Yep.
Last I saw, Campbell was up 2, but that was a while ago.
Okay.
It's
What'd
early.
you say?
Campbell's up 1 in the first half,
So what
Did you say
time's
Campbell
the
would be a
Kennesaw-
17?
What time's the Kennesaw game?
basically. It starts in 40 minutes, I think.
Okay, so we're good there. We can come back to that. All right.
Wait, hang on. It starts in an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, 2:00.
Yep. Sorry.
Okay, so I'll get over at 4. So that's still time to slip. We can do a contingency on those two. Campbell obviously would be 16.
I think
Yeah,
they'd be
they-
Dayton. I think they're Dayton for sure.
I'm sorry. We're talking Kennesaw, aren't we?
We are.
Yeah.
Don't
So
don't get your camels and owls mixed up.
I know it. So we'd be talking Liberty 13. Kennesaw 15, right?
Yeah, I would take one more look at Liberty if they win today, just because they're going to be
right.
borderline 12.
And we can do that, certainly.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go on to the list here. We got Oral Roberts 1, VCU 2, or Bradley Drake 2.
Bradley Drake.
I would go if it's Drake. If it's Bradley, VCU.
All right,
I
so
agree
Drake
with
would
that.
be Drake would get the priority there.
Yeah.
I'm with that. Everybody else with that?
Yep.
Fine.
And I actually, you guys probably disagree. I actually have Sam Houston above VCU.
I do disagree.
They've got a quality resume.
Yeah, they do.
VCU's got
I think
2 quad 4 losses. But anyway, they're both going to be 12s, so it's not worth the time. But anyway,
And then we go Toledo, or I'm sorry. So we got Toledo, Iona, Yale, Hofstra.
I think Iona's at the last of that list if you're going in order.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hofstra should be
Number
Up there
1.
with Toledo. Yeah.
yeah, probably above Toledo. I mean,
Yeah.
especially I mean, they're up by almost 50 right now. Their metrics will take a nice spike.
Yeah, I've got that too. I've got Hofstra, then Toledo, in fact.
Yep.
Then Yale, Iona.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where is Louisiana in the net? Are they like 80?
91.
Oh, okay. That hurts.
Yeah.
They've had a great year, but yeah, they missed all their big opportunities.
What
They
are we
do
gonna
have
go
a
between-
nice record.
So we're going Louisiana over Furman.
Yeah. I would. Furman took they lost to High Point, who's one of the worst teams. They already fired their coach. Also, Louisiana lost by 1 at Coastal, but at least it was a road loss. But Coastal's a disaster too. Much cleaner resume for the Cajuns, just with the fact that 8-1 in quad 3. It's a lot of decent wins.
Hey, I hate to do this, but I was gonna give everybody a little break here anyway. Something happened to my computer here. I'm gonna have to reboot in a second. So we're right here at 14. So remember that. We'll come back in about 10 minutes, maybe. Take a little break here.
Sounds
Grab a
good.
sandwich, grab a sandwich or something, go to the bathroom, whatever you're gonna do. Is that all right with everybody?
Sounds good. Shelby's already gone.
Yeah, keep the web stream going. We're good. All right, we'll be back in 10. Hey, welcome back. We took a little break there. The 2023 mock selection committee. We are in the throes of kind of going through and getting a little bit of an order in place in our 12 through 16 seeds. Then we'll kind of scrub that real quickly. We'll kind of go back through the bracket one more time, especially if these early game results pop up. And then about 3 o'clock Eastern, we're hoping to have Dave Warlock from the NCAA committee. He's his baby is the bracketing part of the whole select process. So it'd be great to have Dave on as we go through our bracketing process, which generally doesn't take that long if things are in order. So just want to mention that we're sponsored by Godfather's Pizza, Pizza Pie Piled High, 1,200 locations across the U.S. Great menu of pizza pies, especially the Godfather Classic, my particular favorite. Their signature is all those great ingredients topped with tons of mozzarella. You can make your own pie as well, put on anything you would like. Great sides with potato wedges, great desserts. We had some of the monkey bread the other day, cinnamon streusel. So check them out today, Godfather's Pizza, godfathers.com. All right, I think where we left off, we had the 13s, Hofstra, Toledo, Yale, Iona. We're now on to the 14 seeds. I think we had Louisiana, UCI, Furman, and Colgate. Was that the final decision there?
Yes.
I'm good with that.
All right, let's move on to 15s, and we've got obviously obviously I should mention. Let's back up just a second because I want to have a contingency here on Liberty. Liberty would fall on the 13 line.
I put them at the top of 13 above
Okay,
Hofstra, or maybe
easy enough.
yeah,
Yeah, Hofstra.
probably just barely. I would actually look at that again, but either
Yeah,
way,
we can.
they would both be 13s. So
Okay. And then so now we're on to the 15 seeds where we have 4 teams in the mix: Vermont, Kennesaw, East Washington, and Youngstown.
my bad, guys. Hang on. There we go.
Somebody's watching Penn State.
I had to put it up on the other monitor.
And so obviously if Liberty won that game, Iona would slip to a 14, Colgate to a 15. But if Kennesaw wins, we're going to go on that assumption. So it would be Vermont, Kennesaw, East Washington, Youngstown would be the 4 teams, and we landed on Vermont.
Yeah, I think just to throw something out there, if it is Kennesaw, you have to take into account that they have another neutral court win, or actually it's a home win on their court, but it's another win against Liberty. And that's definitely at least worth looking at a comparison with Colgate as the last 14.
Okay, fair enough.
Because that's a really good win.
Well, so the only way they'd be here is if they did win. So
Exactly. So that's how you have to look at it.
So let's look at it.
That's a quad 2. That's a quad 2 win that they already have. It would be the second time they did it.
All right, so let's look at that right now. I think that's fair, right?
Yeah, it's the only way you can look at it, because otherwise it's
Yeah, right. So we might as well cross that bridge right now.
Mm-hmm. So with Kennesaw, yeah, it'd be a 2A win that they already have. So they'd have 2 2A wins. And then they have 8 wins in quad 3 with 2 bad losses in quad 4. You look at Colgate, and Colgate's got, I think they've got a Syracuse road win, which is nice, but that's in 2B. So I'd rather have 2 2As than a 1 2B. They also only have 2 wins in quad 3. They're 2 and 5. I think Kennesaw's clearly the choice over Colgate if they win, just based on that resume being so much better. Kennesaw won a bunch of road games in the ASUN that is stronger than the Patriot League.
Okay, yeah, well, let's put Colgate at the top of 15 anyway, then, because if Liberty won, everybody's going to slide down one notch.
Yeah,
so,
yep. So Colgate's in trouble there. Yep.
Yep. So Colgate would be the top 15.
I'm with you on that. anybody else wants to chime in, feel free.
I'm good with Kennesaw ahead of Colgate.
Cool. Wow, Penn State down 1. Here we go.
Yeah. I think if Colgate's our top 15 and if Colgate runs into Baylor, I might be
Problem I
thinking
worry
that.
about with Colgate.
Rebounds.
We saw Colgate play unbelievable in that first round game against Arkansas 2 years ago in the bubble game.
Penn
The bubble
State's
team.
up 1, 42 seconds left.
Yep.
Yeah.
Colgate also gave Wisconsin a run last year too.
See, Wisconsin's a better matchup because they play slower. I just think Colgate at a certain point, if you have dudes, athletes, they get overwhelmed at some point. That's what Arkansas just put a press on them. They were done. Baylor could do that too.
I'm just
In
very
fact, all the two seeds probably overwhelm Colgate.
I'm just very skeptical about Baylor. It wasn't so much a Colgate matchup, but Baylor's got that
Yeah.
Baylor has that Ohio State 2 years ago vibe to them.
Maybe Vermont could give Baylor a scare.
Yeah.
Vermont's kind of due for something big at some point. Besides the parking lot game.
So we got Louisiana, UCI, Furman, Kennesaw, 14. 15 is Colgate, Vermont.
I think I still have Eastern Washington above Vermont, but again, they're both right there, so it doesn't matter that much.
6-1. Yeah, okay.
And
I'm
you're
fine
probably
with that.
sending Eastern Washington to Sacramento no matter what. So
Right. Well, yeah, as long as
Yeah.
UCLA's in that group, yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yep.
Or Arizona. Well, I guess Arizona.
Vermont,
versus
and then
Denver,
we
but
already had a discussion on Youngstown and
We went with the Penguins. Yeah.
Asheville.
Asheville's down 3 at the half, so might be a moot point in an
Oh.
hour.
Right. So, that being said, we would put we obviously would have if Astro wins, they would be 1. And I would probably,
Corpus Christi
yeah, I would
or
definitely go
or
Corpus.
Grambling.
I
I
would
say
who has the at large? I thought, or the current AQ. I thought it was Howard.
Howard has it.
Howard. Yep.
That's
yeah,
the MEAC. Yeah. Grambling's the SWAC.
Isn't it Alcorn?
Yeah, but I thought Elkhorn. had the
Alcorn.
other
Yep.
one.
Alcorn. Alcorn and
Okay.
Howard, Corpus Christi,
Right.
and
FDU.
now you got SEMO probably at the bottom, and
Yeah.
FDU.
FDU is probably all the way at the bottom. And
I
SEMO,
would say so too.
yeah, SEMO right above. Both in Dayton. And obviously, like we said, if Campbell wins, they're in Dayton. So we'd have 3 of those.
Mhm.
That
For now, it could get worse.
it could. It's true. I hope
I
not.
love this.
It is madness.
So, well, we can talk about that when we get to the scrub. Okay, so let's do this. Doesn't really matter the order there. Okay. So let's start off with 12s here. Seeds 47 through 50.
Mhm.
We got Oral Roberts, VCU,
Oh,
Bradley, Drake, and we did say that Drake would be ahead of VCU, and then Sam Houston State.
Maryland takes the lead, but somebody just collapsed. Not Keontae Johnson collapsed, to be clear. He just got hurt.
So we've got Oral Roberts at, I'm just going to throw out net scores just to give everybody a little perspective here. 42, VCU 68. Drake comes in about 64. Bradley's at 60, so that's pretty close there. And then Sam Houston State. Any discussion on anybody or everybody good with that?
Can you share the?
Sounds good.
Can you share what you're looking at?
Oh, I'm just rattling off Nolan. Sure, I can. I've just
Oh,
got
okay.
the I've got the main sorting, not the
I
maximize
got it.
page, just the minimize page of where everybody's
I got
sitting.
it.
Wow, you see that free throw disparity in Memphis?
All right, here we go. Penn State's future could be on the line here.
Yep. All right. I don't have the resume data for a couple of them because I didn't have them as my projected, but that's what we're looking at right here.
Oh. Oh.
I'm about 30 seconds behind,
Behind
you
you.
guys.
Hold on.
I'm
Yeah.
Penn State, by the way, so maybe
I
I should.
won't say what happened then.
Oh, wow, at the buzzer. It's good.
I don't know.
That looked good to me.
Yep.
I'd like to see the replay because it looked like I didn't see who shot that, but he was flying in there, and I thought he went over the guy's back, but of course they're going to swallow the whistles.
So back to the bubble discussion.
All right, here we go.
Penn State, Arizona State, Utah
Yeah.
State.
Really good.
Throw it up there right away. Let's see.
Wow.
What happened here on this
What
Oh
What
yeah,
a-
easily.
Oh yeah, he got crushed.
when an
He
air
got-
ball,
He got crushed over the back. He just shoved the guy out of the way.
There should be 0.3 of a second left.
Watch this. He comes over and just shoves that guy right out of the way.
Yeah, well, smart play.
Not a foul unless they call it.
it's always fun when an air ball helps you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, 0.5 maybe.
Yep.
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 Yeah, that's it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there hasn't been any drama yet this month, so. Yep. See ya. All right.
Carrie,
State,
Carrie,
Arizona State.
there's tons of drama. My wife will never like watch a game by herself or anything. And I was, I think at a game or something, and she texts me. She goes, "Oh my God, these games, March has started early." And I'm like, got to be crazy for her to say that. Could never be pulled away from the Hallmark Channel. So, what are we looking at here? We looking at those first four. Then we got to get back to Penn State.
Where's my thing here?
Do we need to vote or anything, or?
I'm just saying if there's a option to vote, we can. If not, we're going to leave them as they are. If somebody has a strong feeling, we can certainly vote. I'm just saying, hey, take a look. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I might be in the minority, but I would still put Sam above VCU, but they're both 12s, so it's hard to argue too hard.
Yeah, I was gonna say I won't argue it either way, one way or the other.
Obviously, but the thing is, we're assuming they both run through the tourney. The WAC is technically a better league than the A10 this year, if you look at KenPom, which is another really interesting point. So theoretically, I would say VCU's got a better chance to improve their resume if they make an A10 tournament run and actually land here than Sam Houston. But I'm not even 100% sure of that, because if Sam gets a Utah Valley win, it's about the same as beating like a St. Louis. So, or even Dayton almost.
It's a tough
Oh,
call.
shit. Memphis
Tough
is
call
down now.
because obviously they have a little better metrics, but man, the thing that jumps out to me, and it always does, is that non-conference strength of schedule.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
a big time. But VCU's got the win over Pitt, which is a tourney team. Sam obviously has the 2 power conference road wins, but neither of those teams are going dancing. So VCU's also got 1 extra Q4 loss. They're 11-2 in Q4, whereas Sam just has the 1 loss. I think those are the big differences. Come on, Maryland.
Oh.
God, these
Give
guys.
me a give me a shout when we're debating Penn State and Arizona State. I'm not going to have a strong opinion on any of these 13 through 16 seeds because frankly, I barely look at them until they are actually in the field. I'm fully content with just defaulting to Rocco on basically this entire area, but happy to discuss the Nittany Lions and the Sun Devils when that time comes up.
And just in exchange, can you just give me Florida Atlantic versus Maryland in the first round?
Mhm.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think, I'm not either. And like Rocco said, they're all in the 12. And, I just think a name
Yeah,
on
as
the
long as
jersey,
there's not a seed line difference, I think.
VCU is going to trump that. It just is what it is. All
Yeah,
right.
I don't think the A10 champ, unless it's Fordham or worse, is gonna miss the 12. Actually, if it's, let's just put it this way: if it's VCU, Dayton, or St. Louis, I think they'll get a 12, pretty much no matter what. If it's anybody else, maybe they get a 13.
All right. I'm going to go with Liberty here and just push everybody down, and I can always reverse it back up. Okay. So we got Liberty, Hofstra, Toledo, Yale. Guess that would put Yale and Iona, and we already discussed those two.
Everything I just typed was what I said last night.
So no issues there. We're going down to Iona and Yale. Like I said, we already discussed those. On Iona, Louisiana, UCI, and Furman. Be the next group. And then I'm going to kick Kennesaw out, just assuming they lose. Okay. We can move them back in. And we would go. So the cutoff here would be Furman and Colgate. We're okay with that, right? And then the bottom six. Now, question would be, and we can mix them up. I don't think anybody's going to call us on it except maybe Dave Warlock. But question would be, they've tried to kind of, I think, avoid that Elkhorn Howard game. Those two conferences seem to end up playing a lot, so they try and mix it up. I don't know, how did they do last? Who did the SWAC play last year? Playing
Southland.
okay. So it was Southland SWAC. Okay. So they probably wouldn't have a huge deal with it then.
I remember it was Texas Southern versus A&M Corpus. My dad got pissed because the NCAA hates Texas.
Yeah, and then they did Bryant and Wright State in the other one.
Okay. So we're good. We're good there, basically. I always like when there's a new mix down there, every year. For a while it was Texas Southern every year, and it was, Okay, and again, the only changes we'll make here, we've got Kennesaw, we got the Bradley Drake flip around. That would just be within the seed line.
Yeah.
We would have the Kennesaw flip. They would move into the 15. Everybody would move up one from Liberty. So Hofstra would move up, Toledo, Yale, Iona, so forth. Excuse me, Kennesaw would slip into just ahead of Colgate.
Yep.
And that was our only, and then obviously Campbell could go all the way to the bottom.
Yeah. I'm looking at Campbell right now just to make sure we're good there. They finished 7th, so I don't think the resume is that strong.
Below 5.
So would they go below FDU?
They're under 500, yeah. So they would.
So okay, so they would be. All right. So they
They're
would go below
14
FDU.
and 17 D1. So yeah, they're gonna be
No,
the bottom.
Elkhorn would probably get pushed out of the playing game then.
I would have Elkhorn ahead of the playing game now.
Yeah.
Well, we got
I have
Okay.
them above. I have Elkhorn above Howard, Corpus Christi, SEMO, and FDU.
you have above. Okay, so the difference here is we have A&M above Elkhorn.
Yeah, I would have Elkhorn above them. And the reason why,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to argue this point with you because I'll hear it if I don't. So hold on.
no, I like both teams, so I'm good with that. So yeah, if you look at the nitty gritty, there it is. So Corpus comes in 189, only one win above Q4, 6 Q4 losses. All right, pretty straightforward. And then you look at, hang on. Warren moved it to Grambling. I don't know why he did that, but anyway, I'm going to pull up.
Yeah,
Alcorn.
he does that. He does that once in a while. I don't know.
So Alcorn, here's the debate. They're 240 in net, so they're 50 spots lower in net, but they've got a quad 2 win at SFA. They've got a win at Grambling in Q3, so 2 wins that are above board, and then only 3 Q4 losses, half the Q4 losses. Their SOR is actually 156. It's really strong.
Wow.
The big difference, the other debate here is they played each other on a neutral, and Corpus Christi won by 31. So it is actually a pretty tough call, but I think body of work would still favor Alcorn. But that's super debatable.
Who is some of their higher non-cons, Elkhorns?
And if it was me, I would call both commissioners, Southwind and SWAC, and say, hey, who wants to get the extra unit? We'll give you Dayton. Because a lot of these leagues,
Yeah.
I'm not joking. A lot.
Yeah, no, I know you're serious. I know.
The NEC, for one, they want to be in that game. They like purposely want to be in that game to get the extra money. So perhaps, if you want to guess at that, that's how it's decided. Or maybe they both want to go to Dayton, which is really interesting. But anyway, all that said, I still give the nod to Alcorn, but would not surprise me if it went the other way.
I'm going to switch those around. If
Memphis
anybody has
just did a 3 from the Tiger. 63-63 under 2.
And you guys are so far ahead of me.
long way out
I'll make
west.
sure not to say anything.
I like how the rep has to explain it to Nance.
Yeah.
Brad had to change a venue and drop.
We lost him.
He's back now. He's
Okay.
back.
I'm back. Sorry about that. My internet decided to go out for a second and it was rebooting and now we're good.
That's what happens when you move, man.
I know.
There.
I'm moving back after this Memphis game.
This is an awesome game.
All right. Well, all you did was miss a scintillating conversation between Elkhorn State and Texas A&M Corpus Christi. So
Okay.
So here's a question. If Memphis or Houston does end up winning, do we revisit, or based on how close it is, are we kind of comfortable with kind of status quo?
oh yeah, we'll take a look. Where are we at here? 1:30 to go. Okay, so we got a little time. All right. So we've got all those lined up. I don't know what in the hell is going on with my computer, but okay. So back we go. We had Penn State third out. Or I'm sorry, seventh out.
There's
So-
no-
That was
I
with
think
the,
they were
that was
higher
with
than
the
that,
assumption that
weren't
they
they?
lost.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
assuming a loss.
So now let's go back to, I guess, Arizona State and them, right?
I've been looking at this for 5 minutes, and it is very, very close between these two.
If anybody's wondering, Arizona State plays Oregon State in their first Pac-12
Yep.
tournament game.
All right, I've got those resumes pulled up side by side. And it
With
does
the
include
winner-
it includes the Maryland win.
Winner plays USC.
Winner plays USC, which is kind of good for ASU to at least have a shot.
Penn State has 6 wins against the field. I think that helps.
Right, but
Also-
way more plate appearances as always.
Right. 9/11.
I think the only wow win Penn State has is the Illinois one. In Champaign.
Mm-mm.
They actually swept Illinois, if I remember right.
Yep.
Another fact on that. Penn State and Indiana were the only two teams to win at Illinois this year. So,
Also won at Northwestern.
yep, this week.
Yep. Yeah, they had a strong week.
Yeah, that's what they need. I mean, they did what they needed. So, is it enough? Is the question.
If it gets down to who the committee thinks is just better, I really think Penn State's even a little underrated nationally for how
Yeah.
good they are.
Yeah. They've got some former mid-major all-stars, so I'm familiar with a lot of those guys, Cam Winter and Pickett.
To me,
You know, they're-
I'm gonna use this term loosely. Okay, so don't take it rough out, but to me, Penn State is just more /reliable /consistent than Arizona State. Performances night in and night out. That's just
Yeah.
now on that same note, to go the opposite way, and I haven't looked at the numbers lately, but for a while their shooting and 3-point numbers were off the charts at home and off the charts the other way on the road. You know, there was a big discrepancy of how they performed, bigger
Mhm.
than most teams, but I don't know if that's changed. But
Yeah, I mean, they're 15th in adjusted offense, but 131st in adjusted defense. They're a lot like Wake Forest in that way.
They do have a terrible non-conference strength of schedule.
Mm-hmm.
yes,
Couldn't
Yeah,
get them to
that's-
play anybody. They got into the Charleston Classic, got knocked off by VTech. Would have been nice if they played Charleston, right? Man, they were in the same event.
here you go. Could have been a playing game.
If they would have beat VTech, that would have been the championship game.
I mean, Penn State has a worse non-conference strength of schedule, but just like, compare them side by side. They each played 4 non-conference games against the top 125. Arizona State had more quad 4 games and lost one of them. Like, it's not like a staggering difference, if you ask me.
Good point, Kerry.
That's what I'm here for. The good points. Good points in man bun.
And Guinness.
And Guinness.
One thing about
These
Penn State-
resumes are just so similar.
One thing about Penn State's bad loss, it's against Wisconsin at home, who's 78 in the net.
I guess swept by
Yeah, and that was in overtime. And then we talked earlier about how Arizona State nearly had a second quad 4 loss against a 3-11 Cal.
Right.
Yeah, so like if you're looking, and I don't know what Ken Palm's luck factor is, but it seems like Arizona State's really gotten fortunate with 3 results. You know what I mean?
I'd lean Arizona State just because of the win at Arizona. That's about the only difference I can see.
And what I just said, not to say that a tipping at the buzzer isn't a little bit of a, that we just saw isn't a little bit of a luck factor, but it was more crazy stuff. But yeah, I agree. You know, Shelby, you're right.
That's it,
That
really.
high quality win, however they got it.
Yep.
They got 2 top 15 wins, so both away from home.
Agreed.
So looking at it a different way, I keep my own chart every year for what I consider to be like an elite win, and I just arbitrarily say top 4 seed at home, top 5 seed on a neutral, top 7 seed on the road. In there, Penn State actually has 3 wins compared to Arizona State's 1.
And you're right. Again, like Rocco said, more chances.
Ooh,
Yeah, block.
get that shot out of here.
I might have to mute you here in a second so I don't get the ending spoiled.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on YouTube TV too. How am I ahead of you?
I'm at a commercial. I've been at a commercial ever since you guys are yelling.
Well,
I looked.
Push
I said,
play.
"Wow, they're that excited about Champion Windows, apparently."
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
Wow.
Jamal Shed.
Wow.
Victory. Damn.
Wow. He pushed off too.
ooh.
Little MJ. No big deal.
Uh,
Well, no change to the bracket in my opinion.
I neither.
Would have been massive for Memphis, but
Yes.
you definitely don't drop them for that.
No. They're right where they should be, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very nice win for Houston, but
It's-
Memphis isn't one of the top teams in the bracket either.
Damn.
So I guess when it boils down to it, the way we had them coming into 5 o'clock yesterday, we had Arizona State ahead of Penn State by a couple of spots. Because of what's
spots.
just happened, I guess the question is it, because it is so close, is that enough today, right this second?
Not
I mean,
from
we had Arizona State at second to last in, Penn State first team out. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, adding a quad 1 win. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, those metrics are going to improve for Penn State across the board.
Yeah.
It's a really tough call. I think I would lean Penn State though.
Yeah.
I lean Penn State, but I think it's like the very slightest of margins.
And this will be when we go live at 6 Eastern on this is where we really are gonna say, okay, toughest call, and I'll call on somebody, and obviously this is probably gonna be it, right? Because it's the biggest call. It's a team in or out, you know.
I mean,
Well,
it's
Pulse
All right.
in the
Let's do an official vote if we're ready. Unless anybody has any kind of God, it is so tough. I'll just randomly start with Carrie. Carrie, are you ready to vote?
Yeah, Penn State.
Graham,
Penn State.
Brad,
Penn State.
Shelby?
I'll go Penn State.
Well, I'd be outvoted and so would Rocco, so. We shall go Penn State.
This is really one of the tighter calls I remember looking at the cut line. They're just so similar.
Yeah, it's one of those where I like to go, you know what, on a Friday before selection, I go, you know what, let me sleep on it a while and come back to, you know?
It's
Yeah,
not
you're
going to
right.
matter when Villanova wins the Big East tournament anyway.
Villanova's could go down in the first game. All right. You heard it here first. All right. Yeah, that's a good point. There's going to be bid stealers though.
Yeah.
So we will replace Arizona State with Penn State. And then our last four now are North Carolina State, Wisconsin, Nevada, Penn State. And we
Like you
will move
said.
Arizona State to the top of the board.
Did you say North Carolina?
State.
North Carolina State would have
Yeah.
been, they're in the playing game, yeah.
Just making sure.
Much to Rocco's chagrin, Charleston was going to drop down to second, 4 out.
Along with North Texas.
So why do I have Clemson on here twice? I don't know.
They're that good.
We have Charleston. Oh, no, we got Oklahoma State. Charleston, Vandy, Clemson. Who was the fourth?
UNC.
I'm sorry, who? Oh, North Carolina. Duh.
Yeah.
How quickly I've forgotten about them.
Yeah, it's
I would
fair.
probably have them above Clemson, though, don't you think? No?
Yeah, I would.
'Cause,
Although
I
they
mean-
did lose at home to Clemson.
Yeah, moving forward, and again, I don't even know if it's going to help them enough, but I don't know what's their path in the ACC.
Carolinas.
Yeah,
I'd have to look. 2023 ACC.
I think they go up
tournament.
against. I think they would draw UVA if they were to advance. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, Boston College or Louisville, and then UVA, and then Clemson, NC State. So no Duke or Miami until the title game.
Yeah, Pitt dropped to the 5 seed because they lost that game to
That's
Miami.
So nuts. Also, I don't know if you guys follow Patrick Stevens, D1's course or discourse, whatever, but he had like the entire every scenario for Maryland based on whether they win or lose and everything. It was like an entire freaking article where they could finish between 2nd and 8th. Like,
So we've got 3 Big Ten teams on the 11 line and 3 on the 7 line, 2 on the 8 line.
Where exactly was Maryland again on the overall seed list?
And
31.
I've got them 30.
I think
we had-
31's still probably about right, even with the loss.
We had Maryland 31, Florida Atlantic 32, Arkansas 33, Memphis 34. Obviously,
Oh, I'm
Memphis
sorry.
would not move up, but
I'm sorry. I had it Maryland, Illinois. Maryland
Yeah.
30, Illinois 31.
That's what
Did we?
that's what I've got.
okay, maybe I screwed that up when I
And
dropped
Illinois,
Arkansas.
I mean,
but-
Illinois is on their way to a loss to Purdue, it looks like.
yeah,
So we're probably, I mean, they're probably in that same group, like they're just stuck there.
Well, we're all gonna wake up and flip the 8-9s on Sunday morning anyway, right?
Right, right.
Graham's hot.
Carrie, you need to send me yours Sunday morning. I'll just go the opposite, whatever you put in.
Yep, 100%.
Okay, so let's go back up. I mean, I think we've hashed these over pretty well. What do we still got out here? We got obviously Bradley Drake. We're not worried about that right now, but
Campbell,
we
Asheville.
do have about, hold on, let me get Warlock here fired up just so he's ready to
Campbell's
go.
up
when the time
10.
comes.
Damn.
Wow.
We got a little housekeeping to do before we start, so if you guys want to just start discussion on anything you see, I mean, we went over that top pretty thoroughly.
I'm ready to bracket. Let's do it.
Campbell's up 10 now. Wow.
Yeah.
It's funny, like I'm just looking at like Maryland, Illinois, and then a team like Auburn. And Auburn's a team I've really been down on the last few weeks.
Mhm.
I mean, they're Auburn and Maryland are both 3-9 against quad one opponents right now. There is like
Yeah,
such,
and we know Maryland struggles away from home very badly too.
right. There is such a razor thin margin between all of these teams in this, whether it's 7-10, 8-10. I know we've mentioned it, but my goodness.
Yeah, are you talking Brad having Maryland 10 spots ahead of Auburn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they seem. I mean, they should be ahead, but
Yeah, I think Maryland and Auburn are two teams I've been treating very similarly, where I'm looking at their metrics and treating them as poorly as I possibly can, considering metrics, because I don't like the resumes at all.
Yeah, but yeah, I know. Yeah. I mean, other than obviously Auburn went over Tennessee and a Maryland loss on the road to Penn State. This is the way we had them before that happened. Well, not even Auburn was down further actually.
Yeah, they were 40, 41 or 42.
I will say at least Maryland at times looks the part more than Auburn.
yes.
And let's face it, I've often wondered about this too. We're always talking road neutral, which obviously is a big stat for me. But you get to the NCAA tournament, teams struggle on the road, and all of a sudden they get to a neutral site and they're different. You know what I mean? Like they're not. You can't just compute that out to. That's what the committee's trying to do, right? Is get the best teams in the field and the best teams as high as they can. And
Mhm.
Maryland might be one of those teams that gets on a neutral site and they're more quote unquote comfortable.
Yeah, you don't play home games, but you don't play road games either.
Yeah. Now maybe and that's the other thing. Is it a fact that they're just away from home or a fact that they're on the road? It's like,
And they did beat Miami on a neutral court.
yeah.
If I would have told you 90 minutes ago, Foster Lawyer has no points and Zach Edey has 4 rebounds, you'd think Purdue is down.
I do need to clean up some at-larges here. Or I'm sorry, AQs.
Campbell's in good shape against UNC Asheville.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Miami did win, right? The outright ACC. Yeah.
Yes.
And I already have them checked. Okay. So let me double check. We got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're missing one. Who am I missing? San Diego. Okay. So I'm going to shuffle this just so, because it does look like that's how it's going to roll here. Let me get a note in here today.
You get the feeling this year in particular, it could be really important whether you play a Thursday or a Friday if you're in that 7, 8, 9 range, whether they take into account your game or not before they place you into the seating.
You say that, but I'm going to do everything in my power to just ignore everything that happens during major conference tournaments.
I always try to, as best I can, predict when the committee's seating each line, and then determine it off that. But it's all guesswork at that point.
Yeah.
We could do a bracket like Warren does.
How's that?
Waits till the last minute before he ever does his first one. He usually ends up one of the top.
What does he do, Shelby?
He kind of waits till about the last weekend. That's when he puts out his first bracket.
Well, you got no prejudice that way, right?
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
I try to remind myself.
That's the other thing that Rocco posted on that too. That's the other thing I'd like to see. Like, and then like kid, Brian does such a great job with Bracket Matrix. I mean, he's just so busy with it and stuff. But I mean, and this is just tons more work for him. But I mean, I would like to see like, hey, you got to post X amount before. Just like in golf, you got to post so many scores before you get a handicap. Same thing
Yeah.
with bracket. Like, these guys that come in and put in 10 brackets the last week and just, it's just stupid.
The amount of time spent on analysis and answering people's questions and things like that, that's a lot of time that they're never spending.
Yeah, exactly.
Just swoop in, copy the matrix, and flip 3 things, and oh look, I made a bracket.
Illinois cut it to 4.
Yep.
Uh-oh. We may have a discussion yet. That's on Fox, right?
Yes. Oh.
Big Fox, as we like to call it here.
Big Fox.
We do. That's how we do it in the Big East. Hey, we're on Big Fox this week.
Speaking of Illinois, if they happen to win this game, it's funny with their resume, they would now have wins at Purdue, UCLA on a neutral court, and was it
Texas, right?
Texas or Texas on a neutral court, and that's incredible.
Yeah, I've bounced all over the place with Illinois this season.
Mhm.
I always tend to land, 7 seed plus or minus one line, so I'll probably end up with them on the 7 in the end. But
Yeah, I just don't see. They've been too inconsistent for me to get up towards a 6. Like, I think they have to be a 7 or an 8 just based on how inconsistent they've been, unless they beat Purdue today. Probably doesn't help that I was there when they lost to Missouri and St. Louis. And I mean, that game was not as close as we were indicated.
Yeah, I had them at a 6 at one time, almost edging to a 5, and then they've just slowly gone down since, came back to the mean with the pack of the other teams. Ooh.
I got a buddy who's a big Illinois fan, and he texted me the other night and said, "I'm going to need them to be about a 4 seed." And, well, what you need and what you get are two different things.
You make a good point about the biases, though, Tim. And I'm trying to tell myself that right now, remind myself, like, whatever bracket I have right now, it's going to be different on Thursday. It's going to be different on Friday. Don't get attached to what I've got even right now, because there's still going to be some other results coming in that could affect things.
Yeah, and you get yourself when you think, okay, yeah, I did a lot of research. This bracket is this is right on, and then you get your mindset falls into the poll mindset, right? Well, team lost. I better lower them down. I can't drop them 8 spots because that would be too many. You just you got to just be very, consistent with, hey, look at the resume. Where does it sit? Forget what they did yesterday. That the thing that I crack up is the committee goes, yep. When they do the real, yep, you can just tear this up and throw it away and start over tomorrow. Well, they don't, though. I mean, history has proven they don't. They might, but the results are sure all very similar that they do like 3-4 weeks later.
well, to that point, we have their entire top 16 reveal is in our top 17. The only exception is Connecticut climbed in, which that was the team we were all surprised
Yeah,
was not
well.
in there.
Good job, everyone. So I think we just kind of, what are we at? 135. Yeah, let's just kind of wait here for this Purdue result. Kind of hang out here. We can keep chit chatting. I was mentioning Big Fox a little bit ago. This is kind of an interesting thing as far as, perception and everything. So Fox wanted a basketball game after NFL football on Christmas Day. So they went to the Big East and said, hey, we'd like to have a game. They went to Marquette. Marquette goes, we do not want to play on Christmas. Okay, we just are not going to do it. And so there was this huge back and forth. So they came to Creighton, and Creighton goes, they really didn't want to. They go, okay. So people were up in arms that there was a game on Christmas. Are you guys nuts? What are you doing? Nobody's going to show up. And I'm like, look, I think a lot of people will show up. Like, what are you doing after you have dinner at noon? What are you going to do? Lay on the couch and fall asleep, or, get the hell out of the house with the in-law, whatever. There's going to be tons of people. And there's, Creighton's, if you don't know, they're like top 5, 6 every year in attendance in the country. So like there was like 15, 16,000 there because these people are out of town, never get to see a game. Anyway, that game, I think, is still the most watched college basketball game of the season.
Creighton DePaul.
Yes, because people were too lazy to turn their TV from the football game. So the advantage of playing that, the publicity your university gets and DePaul got, you can't buy that, man. The players were all pumped on both teams because they're like, yeah, man, I watched NBA games on Christmas. Now I get to play on Christmas. This is really cool. Oh, you guys are way behind. Sorry. Didn't mean to ruin that for you, but
In the Purdue game?
Purdue game, yep.
Matthew Meyer.
we have a rejection coming on.
I'm watching Drake flex their muscle.
Wow, that was crazy.
That was nice.
Is that Epps? No. Oh, Shannon. Jeez.
What I miss, guys?
That was almost goaltending.
Yeah.
Really, if you look at it, that ball was over the cylinder. Oh, they called a foul.
I'm ahead of you guys. I won't say anything.
Brad's like, I'm ahead of you guys. The game ended 6 minutes ago.
No, I'm probably like 30 seconds ahead.
Hey, would you text me so I could fix a spreadsheet if we have to? All right, Dave has not answered me yet, so here's I'm gonna grab something to drink. If he doesn't answer me, we'll get back. We'll just dig in.
Whatever you said there.
Oh, sorry.
I've already started bracketing just to see what it's going to look like compared to the final.
You have Campbell in now?
I do.
I mean, just for the top 16, how they're going to shake out.
Oh, top 16. Gotcha. Yeah, it looks like that whole Youngstown Asheville debate was all for naught.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Campbell had to win 4 in 4 days. You got to tip the hat.
Yes.
They made it hard for him. And their first game was the closest one, Presbyterian. They almost lost. Sus means also Corpus probably avoids Dayton and Alcorn as well. So should be the MEAC, SEMO, FDU, and Campbell right now.
Yep.
What's the maximum allowable difference between the seed numbers? 5, right?
For what?
When like balancing the top.
Oh
16.
yeah, it can't be larger than 5.
So
Usually,
so 37, 32 is fine.
Yeah. If you have a 31 or less, you're usually in trouble.
Yeah.
What's that in regards to?
The top 16. So if you add up the seeds for just the protected seeds, you have to add them up. If you end up less than 32, you probably have to make some shifts.
Yep.
So the rule is the strongest region can't be more than 5 total, whatever we're calling that, points higher than the weakest region.
Gotcha. Okay.
So they usually like 32 to 37 is what you're looking for.
Got it.
And based on our seeding, my guess on where we'll land is West is going to be the strongest at 32 and East will be the weakest at 37, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, see, if I was 32, 30, that's the NCAA thing, but I always try and get it much closer than that.
Me too.
Well,
I've seen some of the NCAA brackets lately, and there have been a couple 32, 37.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They don't. I mean, to me, that's too wide a gap. You know what I'm saying? I know what their procedures are. I'm just saying.
Yeah, like most years, they could do more to even it up. But I think this year with the Big 12 saga, you probably only have a few options. if
Yeah,
that.
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So this year's a little different.
Well, we may be seeing a big change in this bracket here.
And I think one thing we do need to discuss, if Purdue
Let's do it right now. Good point, Brad. Let's do it.
if Purdue loses this game, I know we had kind of thought there's a realistic chance UCLA passes them. However, there was a significant injury in UCLA's game last night.
Yes.
Yeah, Jalen
Great
Clark.
point. Great point.
So we don't know. I think he's getting an MRI today. We don't know the
Yeah.
status of him, but he's their best defensive player. And
Well, let's start looking right now.
Five-star.
And with that in mind, let's compare Purdue and UCLA. They're right together on the Warren Nolan, so that's easy. So Purdue, if they lost, would be 25-6. UCLA would be 27-4. UCLA is 16-4 now, Q2. Purdue would be 15-6. Numbers somewhat comparable, strength of schedules.
Ooh,
That's-
you guys watching that?
That does not feel good.
Oh,
Wouldn't walk for a week.
Hmm.
Result, Purdue 3.5.
It looked like he
UCLA
intentionally
5.
pushed it.
Predictive, UCLA about an average of, well, a total of 8. Purdue significantly down from that. They're about 22. So no bads all across the board.
If we're talking about the difference between seed lines, I think UCLA 5, Texas 6 is correct, but is it worth taking another look at Texas just to make sure that we're not off?
Oh, I'm looking at Purdue, the virtue of Purdue losing. What would happen?
Yeah, no, I'm
But
saying
he's
if
saying
Purdue
if we're
does
thinking, yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Graham?
I guess what I'm saying is if Purdue does lose, we might need to make sure that we're right on whether UCLA should be ahead of Texas.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I think
I thought we
I think
were.
UCLA right now has the quintessential Pac-12 #1 seed profile that we've
Mhm.
seen get taken not every year, but when it happens, it looks very, very much in line. But yeah, the Jalen Clark factor is important, and Purdue is a good option. So, and Texas is worth a discussion. So,
well, they hadn't got that Q4 win yesterday.
who's that?
Texas, they beat that Q4 team.
Oh, Q4. Man, you're going after Graham hard.
All right, Zach Edey's pretty good.
He's okay. He's tall.
Asheville got a 4-point play, so this thing's not over.
That is a Pac-12, isn't it? UCLA has 8 wins from 65 to 75 in the net.
Yeah. Just the way it shook out. And they'll probably get to the Pac-12 championship. There's a chance they'll get to the Pac-12. No, they definitely will get to a Pac-12 championship game without playing a tournament team, because Oregon's the 4 and Wazoo's the 5.
Well, if you're Bill Walton, you'll
I am in spirit, Shelby.
Shelby, yes, as it's,
The
as it's
problem
a, please.
Pac-12's had a lot of years like this where they just don't show up the first 2 months. Then they actually, eye test wise, look strong enough to be in, but the resumes aren't there. Like Oregon's playing better. Even Stanford, who's the 10 seed, is playing a lot better. But I mean, ships have way sailed already on a bunch. Washington State, same thing. I think they've won 6 in a row. But those ships sailed a long time ago.
All right, since we're waiting on that, are we looking at UCLA and Texas? I would not move Texas ahead of UCLA, but that's just me.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Just Texas.
Yeah, I agree.
Too many L's.
Just correct, but
And I don't like Texas's road resume that much, honestly. They've got a little home court hero in them.
Too many losses too.
That was a great move to get that arena. It's a much better home court advantage than the old arena.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, you can see the results. They've beaten everybody there.
It's kind of weird they call it Moody because that's where SMU plays.
Yeah. It's just this. It's named after somebody, or is that it? Right?
I don't know for sure. I think it is.
Yeah, I think it's
I
a
don't
big
think it's-
donor. I think he donates all over the place.
Yeah.
Here comes Asheville.
After
Yeah.
you know, different things, but it's that they're 3 hours apart. You got Moody Coliseum.
I have been to Moody Coliseum.
Which one?
Which one is?
Yeah, aren't they both Moody Coliseum now?
Oh, I don't
This
know.
is the Moody Center. Is
Oh,
Yeah,
Moody
Moody
Center.
Center, yeah.
Okay, got it.
But everybody's going to call it Moody.
They're never going to play each other again anyway. Texas ain't going to play them.
Probably not. Probably not.
Well, we'll see who the new coach is.
I
Fortunately,
am
they have some-
bothered by UCLA's lack of quality wins even still after that win over Arizona. But I just think the accumulation of losses for Purdue is too much at this point.
Yeah,
Dude,
UCLA is just it's a nice clean profile.
It'd be a 5. If they lost this one, it'd be significant.
Yeah, does Purdue, if they lose, they fall below Texas or they above Texas?
I would still say above Texas.
Yeah.
They're still the outright Big Ten champs.
Yeah, they've still
And,
got
well,
a
and
lot.
they won the Phil Knight tournament, and Texas hosted a garbage tournament. So
There we go.
it's amazing. It's amazing to me how big of a difference that makes the event you play in all these in a lot of these comparisons. I've never seen it make such a big difference as this year.
Okay, I might have put Campbell in too soon.
Yeah,
1 point game.
Wow.
3.
Oh, you're so right, Rocco. That event in Kansas City's been pretty good, And
Yeah, but they
and
took
Creighton likes to play that. Obviously, it's just 2.5 hours down the road, so it's great for the fans and everything. Well, so after Maui, they thought, okay, let's do a smaller, not one of these big ones again. So they did. Let's do Kansas City. That's great. And so Missouri was in. Missouri backs out.
Yeah,
Now that
they
is
backed
a
out.
horrible 14. I mean,
Are they staying in it? Did Creighton stay in it?
I think they're staying in it from what I heard.
Yeah, I heard. I can confirm that. I know the guy doing that one. I think I had heard, but I'll double check that all the
They
Power
announced
Five-
it. I think they announced it a couple weeks ago. That's why there was an uproar.
Yeah, Missouri signed a contract for it back in 2020, and it's finally that year next year. But Gates wants wins, man. That's what
Yeah.
he did this year too.
Yep. And it's not. They could get to the final easy against Creighton. I mean, it's not.
That's got to upset their alums,
Crazy.
honestly. They don't get to Kansas City very often anymore because
I
they're
know.
out of the Big 12. So why
Yeah.
would you
Yeah.
do that to your alums?
Agreed. They do get the game in St. Louis every year with Illinois, which is awesome. But
I think Rocco's in it. Colorado State
that sounds right. Colorado State's
and Creighton, and I'm trying to think of the other two. I
they're
think there's even
mid-level.
one,
Mid-level. Was there an A10 team in it? Like VCU?
maybe, but I think there's another. Yeah, there's another mid major in there. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not good.
It looks like Purdue's going to win.
All right. So we're good where we got.
Campbell.
All right. Give me
Campbell.
a couple minutes here.
Campbell up by 1 with a minute to go.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can. Yeah, okay. I can begin moving things around now.
So Memphis loses by 2 to the number 1 team. Probably can't move much, but
Yeah.
I'm sure their power numbers go up a little bit, even losing by 2.
Yeah, I think the resume hit they take on the loss when you compare it to the predictives, like it just balances out. I think staying there is just fine.
It's staying there, yeah. I was considering putting them above Maryland. I forget where we have them. But you know how I feel about Maryland. It's actually not a hard decision for me. That's why I gotta take my get out of my own head a little bit.
Asheville takes the lead.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
That was a big,
Oh,
big
that's
time
a
3.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my formatted bracket here. Something happened.
we haven't had any significant technical glitches yet, so we were due.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to waste time doing it now, but I had it all formatted where you put a little code in and it would pop up a color for their
Mm-hmm.
conference, so you could easily make sure you're not messing up, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I think I know what happened when I did that one reboot. It messed it all up, but oh well. As long as it's flowing over here, we're in good shape.
It's when you took that F out of Marquette that screwed up everything.
Probably.
Marquette. I'll never forget that. I was only up 4 at the half.
They were down double digits early. They came back.
Those idiots.
The damn Minnesota team. Or oh no, that's Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we won't have the little code thing. So, well, I can just color them. That's pretty easy. You just do that.
What was Campbell up in the 17?
Something like that. I've got that right here. They were up largest lead. It was 14, 66-52 with 7.5 to go.
That's a collapse.
That's just human nature, though. You start tasting the tourney and then you take your foot off the gas.
Yeah, I felt bad for those kids last night.
Yeah.
The team that at the SEMO, they were crying when they hit that
They thought
buzzer.
they lost. Yeah.
So excited. Tears on both sides, and we got to keep playing.
Yeah. At least it was clearly a 2. Nobody could argue that.
Right.
Yeah, Asheville's just getting Drew Pember is amazing, and then Tyjon Jones have 5 threes already tonight. That was a big 3 that put him ahead by him.
He's got that big ponytail.
Yeah. Flowing. Yeah, so that's 52 of their 75 points, just those 2 dudes.
Uh-oh.
Wide open. play.
Oh, can't miss that. I feel like Purdue won like 28 minutes ago, but this game is still going.
They really do need to consider rules changes for the final couple minutes. Just way too many stoppages.
Ridiculous.
They have considered them. That's why they stopped.
It's a good point. But yeah, the game flow is awful, and as hard it is on the fans, it's even harder on the players.
I bet.
All right. That is official now. Purdue wins.
Okay, guys. See a little thing on here. Normally, oops. God damn it. See, when I share, it kind of messes things up on here. But normally what I have on here is this automatically by putting a code in, automatically colors all the conferences over here on the left-hand side where the S1, A1, all that stuff is. So it kind of keeps you on track as far as screwing up the bracket, similar to what kind of the NCAA has. It does feed over into a bracket over here to the right, though, as you can see. So asterisks obviously are automatic qualifiers. And so without further ado, let's get rolling here. We
Sweet.
got South Louisville, Midwest Kansas. So now we have Houston.
Vegas.
Oh,
baby.
what was that?
What happened?
Looked like you shot it off the side of the backboard.
I think it was just the angle of it. Oh, so hope.
Oh no,
We got some.
it was
We
just a
got miles on that, Kerry.
For Houston,
Yeah.
it's about 200 miles closer to Vegas than New York.
That just is just in my mind does not make sense.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is, but in my mind, Houston is closer to Vegas, but Lawrence is not. That just blows my mind.
UNC
Vegas is
Asheville
pretty far
went-
south, so
Yeah, but if you look at where Lawrence is, it's straight across from Denver, and then you go down from there, but you don't go down that far. It just, I'm just telling you from having driven it, I would, God, I'm crazy. All right.
the big question now is, does Houston take over number one? They got the road win at Memphis. They needed to be in that conversation. And so here we are. The second big question is, if somehow we land with that as the answer, Houston then gets to decide themselves where they're going.
Oh, wow, Rocco,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, we're way past that, but I thought that was pretty much locked in, that we were not going to move Houston ahead of,
Oh, I thought we said we revisited after the Memphis game.
oh, like,
Was that
well,
not true?
you had stepped out. We'd kind of discussed a little
Oh,
bit,
okay.
but-
Maybe that's when.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's
Am
fine.
I right,
That's what
guys,
the
or
group
am I
wants.
dreaming here?
No, you're right.
Okay. Yeah, no, I had to step out for a little bit, so that makes sense.
No, I mean, if there's wants to, before I get going on this bracket, I don't want to go too far here without.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even convinced myself, but it is something I'll spend time on. In the next 24 hours.
I don't remember 3 teams being so tight for overall number 1 before. You could make a good argument for any of them.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
if
I
we
mean, nothing against you, Graham, but I'm pretty clear on this committee going with Kansas third out of the list as of today. The other two I'm struggling with.
Third out of the list?
We'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, just based on the reveal. There's been no reason to move Kansas above either of them since the reveal.
I mean, from my calculations, they were 11-5 against Quad 1 at the time. Now they're 15-6. I
Oh.
mean, I do think that could make a difference. They won at TCU, at Oklahoma State, added the big win against Baylor. So, I mean, I don't know. I just think depending on who is the alpha in the room, we've gotten back to that.
Yeah,
Somebody's
right.
going to make an argument.
It's a good argument. I mean, it always has been a good argument.
Yeah, let's slow down here. Let's go back, because I was already under bracketing here. If we haven't settled the seed list, then
No,
we
that's
got-
fine. That's
No,
fine.
no,
Whatever you guys wanna
you
do.
raised it. You raised it, so we gotta go. We gotta go back and take a look here.
Way to go.
Sorry,
Drake
guys.
is up 20 on Bradley.
Wow.
Asheville's going to the dance, so the debate is back.
Yep.
All right, so we gotta flip those around again, but that's not a big deal. All right, so let's go. Alabama or Houston. Alabama, Houston 1. Alabama number 2 in the net. Kansas number 7. We have them: Alabama, Kansas, Houston.
Yes. I'm good with that.
So during the reveal, it was Alabama, then Houston. and then Purdue, and then Kansas, right?
Correct. I think a reasonable mind would think that even the committee would have moved Kansas ahead of Purdue at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's out of no question.
And I will reiterate my point from last night that the way that Chris Reynolds talked, it was like 1 through 4 was very, very close.
Yeah.
I don't think we keep going back to, would they move them this much before the reveal? I don't know if there was really any significant gap between Alabama and Kansas.
Yeah.
And I guess the way we have them is Alabama, then Kansas. So our question right now is, yes, the gaps are close all along. So
Right.
did Kansas do enough in the last 3 weeks to move ahead of Houston?
I
So-
think
Oh, sorry, Shelby, go ahead.
that's all I want to say. I think Kansas is clearly number 2, if not number 1.
So you're saying they're clearly above Alabama?
No, I said they're number 2 above Houston.
Above Houston, okay.
Above Houston. They could be number 1 overall. I don't know if I'm ready to pull the trigger on that yet.
Got it.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at the reveal, Alabama was a unanimous number 1 in KPI and strength of record, right? So now I think we have a split there between Alabama and Kansas, 1, 2, depending on which metric you look at. So I think mentally, to me, if I'm a committee member, it's easier for me to be like, well, okay, I can move Houston above Purdue and Kansas because, yeah, they've got great resumes, but they're not number 1. But I think once you get to that, okay, strength of record says they have the best strength of record in the country, I think it makes it a little bit more difficult to be like, yeah, that team should be number 3 overall.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just since the reveal, Alabama's beat Arkansas, Auburn at home on top of non-tournament wins, and then they lost at A&M yesterday. Kansas, as you mentioned, Graham, they've got good wins. They've beaten Baylor at home since that day, at TCU, West Virginia at home, lost at Texas, beat Texas Tech at home. And Houston's been perfect, including the win, of course, today at Memphis.
Which was
And-
probably the whole bunch.
Right. So now they've got a sweep of Memphis. They threw in wins at East Carolina, home to Tulane and Wichita. That's what's happened since the reveal.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Houston's probably in the conversation to leap Bama, maybe, but I don't know.
It's so tight.
It really is. And in the end, it's not going to hurt my feelings. It's just going to hurt my bracket if I have the cities wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would just say, since the reveal, Kansas has played 1 game outside the Q1. Houston's only played 1 game in the Q1.
They played 2. Both Memphis games. Oh, well, whatever. That's, to me, that counts because it's a tournament.
I know, but I'm just reading the page, Rocco.
No, I'm with you.
Stir up trouble.
You could play at Ohio State and get your Q1, but also play at home in Memphis and not get a Q1. So
I understand.
figure that out.
So again, I just want to put this out there again. We had, after 3 days of discussion, we had them Alabama, Kansas, Houston. Now we have a result that we haven't taken into consideration yet, and that was Houston beating Memphis. So the first move would be, is Houston pass Kansas on our bracket?
I vote no.
I would say yes.
Marking these down. Carrie?
But may know. 15 quad one wins against 4 quad. I know the batting average thing, but goddamn.
Graham?
No, and I think it goes back to what Carrie said. There, it's win percentage, but it's also volume, and I think that matters too.
Doesn't matter that you're a Kansas fan.
No, because if I give people the wrong information, they're going to be like, "Why'd you say that?"
I vote no as well, but I'd like to hear what Brad has to say.
I vote no. I don't know. I mean, that Q3 loss, but I mean, I guess we can't even mention that because of what they were at the reveal. Like, they haven't done anything to drop them, but at some point the numbers are just overwhelming for Kansas. Maybe not 3 weeks ago. I mean, they were, but not to this extent. I mean, they have 20 quad 1 and 2 wins.
Yeah.
15 quad 1 wins. I mean,
And
at
just-
some point, you got to raise them in the best team in the best conference in the country.
Just
Yeah.
to bring up on Houston, I mean, comp wise, Gonzaga from previous years, right? Gonzaga was 10-1, or 10-3 against quad 1 last year when they got the number 1 overall seed. Like, I know it's not Houston's fault that the non-Memphis portion of the AAC kind of sucks, but they didn't schedule very aggressively. They only got so many opportunities. I think it's
You have no idea.
that they didn't schedule aggressively.
I could list literally over 100 teams that refused to play Houston and made that conscious decision. They wanted to play everybody.
Oh,
And-
I'm sure.
Yeah. So that's where I'm not laughing at you. I just know that's going to be the general thought. And that's why the whole intent to schedule is way more important, I think, than the actual schedule.
Mhm.
But again, it's a committee, right? And in general, you guys, like I had Kansas above Houston on the reveal. So my personal opinion, you could easily sway me. My argument for Houston, if I'm the one defending them, is they've lost. They'd be undefeated right now, but they've lost by 6 overall points, like actual points. That's how far they are away from being undefeated in 2 losses. And
Back to
And
score at
Kansas
7.
Kansas did get smashed a few times. That's for sure.
they lost to TCU by 22 at home. I mean,
Right.
they're not even a
23.
protected seed.
Yeah.
Temple eked them in a defensive rock fight. It can happen, I guess. But again, this is just the Houston argument. I'm not even trying to say I'm right or you're right. This team is darn near, they're perfect on the road, which, that's something I love. And in general, nobody was willing to play them in non-conference for the most part. We finally got St. Mary's to play them. And then, the Virginia's thing was signed 2 years ago. That's the only reason that Virginia played them. And so, yeah, they got Oral Roberts. It's like literally the best team they could get for their own event. Luckily, they turned out to be pretty good, but they demolitioned them by 40. So, I mean, in my opinion, just knowing all those facts, there's a strong argument for Houston. And they're in basketball wise, to me, they're much more intimidating than Kansas.
To me, I think
Why
it's-
is it?
it's-
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's not in any way a knock on Houston at all or their resume. I think for me, it's just more so a recognition of what Kansas has done, which
Yeah,
is
that's-
really
yeah. That's fair. And Brad was making that point with you, Graham. I think that's totally consistent with what committees typically do. And Big 12's almost always the strongest league. So if you win that league and you're convincingly the top team, that's a super strong case. I can't argue with that. I'm just presenting some of the Houston stuff because I think it's impressive than some of the past Gonzaga teams. That was a good comparison, Kerry.
Why do you think Houston struggles to get those non-conference games when Gonzaga does get them? And they're on equal footing the last few years, really.
Yeah, so I think first of all, in the last 5 to 10 years, Gonzaga's got a partnership with USA Basketball and Nike at a higher level than ever before. And that's why
Okay.
you get Chet Holmgren and Jalen Suggs going to Gonzaga. That's getting them connected to the Dukes and the North Carolinas of the world. They're getting serious with Kentucky now. Gonzaga's just a national brand all this, in this last decade. So some of those games are super highly rated on television. There's benefits for like Duke to play them or
Mhm.
Kentucky to play them. Houston, if they did this for a whole decade, they would be there too. But now, outside of that stuff, I think coaches that scout them and see that they already had a super experienced team coming back. They added McDonald's All-Americans on top of that. They're like, hell no, we're not playing that team. They just don't have as much to gain. And we know from a bracketology standpoint, they had more to gain by playing Houston. That's what I was trying to tell a bunch of teams.
Right.
But the coaches just didn't. I think like a Duke or somebody like that, they don't want to go out there and lose by 30 to Houston. They'll just embarrass them. It's like a pride thing at a certain point. It's not even a bracketology thing. It's maddening for me because I would have loved to see this team play as many teams as possible. And I think Houston would tell you the same thing.
And that'll probably change with them going to the Big 12.
Oh
And,
yeah, that's all going away after this.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah.
I'd love to continue this discussion, but 2 hours, 45 minutes, we got to reveal. So we got to move along here.
Yeah.
And I would love to take this offline with you, Rocco, because my opinion would be ignorant because of all that you do with scheduling. But anyway, let's move.
No,
on.
I don't think you can have the wrong answer here. I don't think there's a wrong answer. Personally, I don't.
It's how we voted. It's where it is. It's where it is. So we got to move on. All right. So we're not going to have any. So just so whenever, let's just go down through the seasons. I think we debated this. I think we've done an excellent job of being where we are today. Okay. Very odd as well that we have 4 number 1 seeds all as the automatic qualifiers. That rarely happens.
Well, we're projecting it.
Well, I know,
Even
but still,
if
that's rarely-
Kansas
that's
loses,
rarely even
they'd still be
projected.
a 1.
That's week in, week out. That's very rare. We have 4. Okay, UCLA. They can certainly go to the West.
Should we pull the spreadsheet back up so we can all kind of see?
Oh,
What we're
I'm
looking at.
sorry. I apologize.
And I've got the distance spreadsheet pulled up over here whenever we have any
Okay.
possible questions. For instance, I did not realize Marquette would prefer Louisville to Kansas City until a little bit ago.
That is surprising.
Marquette's in a funny spot when I've been doing this bracketing. There's no good spot for them to go.
Yeah.
Texas. Okay, so we can't go west, so we got to go east. They would definitely go to the south.
Yep.
Right?
Correct.
And as we get down to once we hit 9, if you guys do me a favor, just shout out when matchups come up, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't have to look at
Sure.
them. Baylor would have to go east.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, this is just terrible when you share. And
Arizona.
over there. All right. Let's start putting some numbers up here. Got a 7, 11. We already got discrepancy here.
All right.
And we got all right.
10. Yeah.
Number 1 preferred 3 is Kansas State, so we gotta go west, young man. And we're already getting
That screws all the Gonzaga fans that love partying in Vegas.
and it already screws up our
unless they drop to a 4.
yeah, we really need to make sure we get a very,
That's true.
very low 4 in that bracket to balance that out.
Marquette goes south.
You can go anywhere. But who else we got in here that we might mess up?
Tennessee
okay.
can't go south.
Nobody. Okay, we got nobody. Oops, there's a star. So we got Tennessee as an 11. Doesn't really matter.
There,
Probably want to go. I would go Midwest here, maybe.
it's a
No,
13 mile difference east and Midwest, so it doesn't matter.
I would go east, so we balance those two out at least.
Yeah, that would help.
I mean, I don't know that's going to help here down the road, but might.
It does.
Yeah.
And then Gonzaga.
Arizona
too.
and Gonzaga all out west, even though they're. Well, that's good. They at least don't have to travel across the country. All right.
So can you, I just want to understand this with this Tennessee move to the New York, because isn't Kansas City much closer to Knoxville?
It's
Just
a
a couple miles.
13-mile difference.
And New York's closer?
No, Kansas City is 13 miles closer than New York City. So it's
So why wouldn't they go to Kansas City?
Because we're looking at
because it helps us on the 4 line.
We're looking at
Oh.
balance here. We're worried about balance a little bit.
Oh,
But
that,
should
okay.
I personally, when I do my brackets, I try to do everything in line until I get to the point that I mathematically cannot do it. And
That's
then
what I
I
do.
reverse course.
Yeah,
That's
you
what I
have to
do.
go, but you have to go to region. You can't just do the S curve.
I know, I'm saying I
Yeah,
wait
yeah,
until
that's
I'm
what I'm-
through with everything, then I do the math after the top 4. And then if the math doesn't work out, that's when I make my adjustments.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the committee would do, just.
I will tell you the
Yeah.
committee. No, I will tell you the committee discusses it. Like when
Hey,
they get to a short distance apart, they will discuss it and go, I think this would be a better fit for our bracket than this.
One other thing is thinking ahead to the sub-regions. We all know that by the time you get down to 12, it's pretty much Albany, Orlando, and something else. They wouldn't want to put Gonzaga in Albany and then in the East region. So they might give them the Midwest for that region.
Well, they're going to get Sacramento either way for the first 2.
Right. Correct.
Are they?
Yeah, because it's after UCLA, there's no other teams that want to go there. Because Arizona's going to Denver.
Yeah, they're locked into Sacramento. They got Sacramento locked up.
Well, isn't,
Well, unless
actually,
they lose to, if they
Baylor's
lose to
ahead
St.
on
Mary's,
the
they might.
line, right? So shouldn't Baylor and Texas both be going to Denver?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll get to that part in a minute when we get all 4 up here. Then we'll do the sub regions and then we'll go from there. Then we can go
That's a
start
good
on
point.
5s.
But I'm pretty sure I've been consistently the 4s are all Albany and Orlando, and then there's a Greensboro as like the 12 that we're left with. Like they're gonna have to send Gonzaga way
Yeah.
east, and they might not want to do it twice.
And
I
not
think-
only that you got to watch when you're on the 3s too. You got to make sure you got enough Thursdays and Fridays. Like I had one bracket where it was all Thursdays. I had to switch it around,
Right.
That's why I've had Oral Roberts as an 11, so I can put one of the play-ins to the 12.
There is that. You can't do that way.
I was going to say, isn't Baylor and Texas a little closer to Des Moines than Denver?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pull
Can we,
them up.
I'm sorry, guys. Can we get the 4 line up here first? Then we can go through subs.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Okay. Indiana, they can go anywhere except New York. So Louisville would be perfect for them, but how does that
Yep.
match up? You got Marquette
It's
at
all right.
10, Indiana 13, 24, 31. See, we're gonna have to do some juggling around. Let's get it up here like Graham said, then we'll take a look at it. Because usually you can move one team and it'll work. UConn would want to go east.
East. Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Xavier would have to go west.
Yep. And then that leaves Virginia out in the Midwest. All right, now let's figure this out. So we got 31 here. $36 here, which is pretty good.
30 in the
Yeah, that's where we get an issue.
Yeah, imbalance there.
And then Kansas,
Did you guys notice in the reveal the committee let there be a 6-point gap?
yes,
Which I was surprised.
yes, I saw that. I'm the Dave Warlock of amateur bracketologist. This bracketing thing is my baby, and it just freaks me out when I see stuff like that on the reveal. It's just like, come on, do better. So we got 16. Yeah, we got a lot of low ones here. 28. We went low all the way across the board. 36, 38. Wow.
Yeah.
So usually you can do one move and fix it.
Indiana and Virginia. Obviously, Indiana wouldn't prefer that, but
Yeah, but hey, it is what it is, right?
Yep.
But then we'd still have that 30 sticking out there too. Yeah, this is like one of the most imbalanced ones I've ever done.
We'd be within 5, though, wouldn't we, if we're at 35 and 30?
the West I have is 32. It's 3, 5, 9, and 15.
Yeah.
Where am I at? 32. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I was looking at, never mind. All right.
So if we swap Indiana, Virginia, we've got a 32, a 33, a 35, and a 36. That's
would
plenty.
work.
Yeah.
That would work. I'd be good with that.
We could even go back and swap Tennessee and Gonzaga. All it does is changes which one's the 35 and which one's the 36.
Indiana's in the Midwest. You know, it's not horrible. Did I miss any automatics? I don't think so. Okay, Birmingham. We got Columbus. We got Birmingham. And we got
Doesn't
Des
it
Moines.
seem nearly inevitable that Arkansas is going to be matching up with Houston in the second round?
Them or Texas.
Well, we should go in order here, but well, we know what UCLA is. So we're gonna send so they've got a choice here. I think it is closer to Denver, right?
Mm-hmm. For Texas.
No, it's Des Moines, I think.
One.
For
Yeah.
who? Baylor or Texas?
No, either one.
For
I mean,
both.
they're only within 60 miles of each other, 100 miles, whatever it is.
They're
I think
both.
they're both Des Moines.
Baylor
See-
is 712 to Denver, 720 to Des Moines. Texas is 767 to Denver, 812 to Des Moines. So they're both
They're both
just
closer to Denver. I
barely
thought so.
Denver.
Both,
that right?
both of the error charts I've looked at besides this one, just doing my own, like go online too, have said Denver by the slightest of margins for both Texas and Baylor.
Oh wow. All right. Well, that could screw
Here's-
Gonzaga, so that's
yeah, I
fine.
mean that would be, and I think here's where you'd get down to. The committee would look at it. I know I've talked to Dave about this many times, and he said, for the most part, they would go strictly mileage. However, if it's really, really close, and it makes just a ton of sense, one team down the road, they may switch it around. You know, they may, you know, in the deal with Baylor, it's so close, right? I mean, and yet you're going to keep those three teams, UCLA, Arizona, and Gonzaga, in proper regional sites, so to speak.
That would make sense.
You know,
So send one to Denver and one to Des Moines.
yeah, I mean, and you've got really the only other team. Well, you do have a bunch of teams. You got Marquette and Kansas, who would like obviously prefer maybe Des Moines.
Well, one more game.
But we've got so many teams. We got so many teams. Yeah, exactly. We got so many teams in the lower Midwest to lower Midwest that it's just impossible to keep everything straight.
I think
everybody
to
okay?
Shelby's point, though, I think if we were talking about UCLA or Arizona, somebody on the 2 line that's right next to them, but I think once you get down to the 3s, it's like, well, you're a little too far down the
No,
bracket for us
you're
to do
absolutely
that.
right. You're absolutely right. And that's something Dave has said to me many times. He goes, "Hey, they deserve that right to go to the closest site." But the thing is and Dave said the other thing too. Sometimes they look at just flat out connections on airplanes. Like would their
They'd
fans
rather go to
would their
Denver.
fans have ease to go? Their fans are much easier going to go to Denver, right? They can
There's
go,
no way Texas fans wouldn't prefer to be in Denver than Des Moines.
yeah,
Not
yeah, absolutely. Des Moines is tough to get to.
Right.
I'll do it this way. I'm just throwing Rocco a bone there.
They want to go get some weed. It's legal.
You would bring that up, Shelby.
I'm just saying.
The fans would for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the Texas fans.
I'm sorry. Wait,
Sure.
whoa.
They better. Texas fans better hope that Abilene Christian doesn't win the WAC tournament.
Yeah.
Because they would be a perfect 15 right here.
Okay, so now we do have a Des Moines Open. I believe Marquette's a little closer to Des Moines, no, or Columbus?
Columbus. Hang on. Yeah, it is closer to Des Moines, but we have Kansas State ahead of Marquette. So they
Oh,
would go to
sorry.
Des Moines.
Sorry, yes. Oh God, they'd love that.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're going to Columbus.
And now,
Yeah, that's
as
where-
I
that's where
said,
I've
all
got
we
it.
have left is Greensboro, Albany, and Orlando. So
Okay.
Tennessee will
what
gladly
do we
take
got?
Greensboro.
oh,
What
for
do we have
sure.
Des Moines? What do we have? Des Moines and Columbus are those? I know Des Moines Thursday, Columbus Thursday as well.
Just a sec. No,
Friday.
No,
Columbus.
Columbus is Friday.
Okay,
Correct.
so we have some options here. Greensboro, I know, is closest for Tennessee,
Yeah. Slam dunk.
and Gonzaga. Boy, I feel bad for him.
Greensboro is technically the closest, which is
Send
insane.
them to Spain. Just kidding.
People aren't gonna like our sites. I'll just tell you that right now.
Hey, if
Can
Gonzaga
they be
fans
in
are
the
watching,
Vancouver
we got a lot of love together. Me and the Gonzaga fans, we're all buddies. We're good.
Didn't Gonzaga get one? It was like almost it was in Spokane or nearby,
Yes.
like Boise or something, just a couple years ago. So
in
They've
Spokane
had
itself.
They've had Spokane because they get Washington State to host it or Idaho to host it.
yeah, that's what it was. Idaho hosted in Spokane. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
The other thing that I
I'm
laugh
telling you,
at
they
this
got hookups.
at this year's bracket is most of the time Orlando, when it's a site, like those are usually gobbled up right away. And on these brackets, Orlando's like the very last team.
Yeah. Hey, it's going to be fun.
Wouldn't just a quick little update on that. I think Gonzaga would be closer to Albany than Greensboro.
Nah. About 50-mile difference. Greensboro is slightly closer.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand
Virginia
geography. I just have a chart.
Virginia doesn't deserve Greensboro anyway as the last team in.
No.
No.
Yeah. See,
Well, and
They
I
had their
was in that
chances.
committee room. I would finesse this, put Baylor in Des Moines, put Arizona in Denver, put Gonzaga in Sacramento. You'd have
Yeah,
much better fan experience.
And,
let me interject
Gonzaga's
real
got-
quick.
Gonzaga's got so
got-
many bandwagon fans. I'm sure they've got a bunch in North Carolina anyway.
Yeah.
Do we think Tennessee really wants Greensboro with Duke as a 6th seed?
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
too
matter.
Yeah.
I know the committee will do it.
That's too bad. I mean,
Yeah, it's just
Shelby
how
would
it
say-
is.
Shelby would say win more games.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on where we put Miami though. Maybe Duke can't go to. We'll see.
All right, when you get down here, I usually put it over here, but you guys can rattle it off. So we got TCU first. They can go pretty much anywhere. I would keep them out of the Midwest just because of a Big 12 tournament. There could be you could face a team 3 times.
Mhm.
They would probably rather go
Yeah.
to Orlando, I would think.
Who's this?
TCU would go to
Definitely.
Orlando.
TCU would
So,
be- For sure, Orlando over Albany.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah,
their more
yeah, for sure.
natural region would probably be
Kansas City's the closest. But that's an
6-1.
Albany
Yeah.
spot.
I would, we could put
So
them in there.
Louisville.
Yeah, we could put them in there. I'm just saying personally, when I do it, I'm always thinking ahead to like, they could play that team 3 times.
Yep.
Before this, and then your bracket would be kind of invalid. That's what I think of. I understand we're doing it today, so we could do it today. I'll do whatever you guys want to do.
I think Louisville makes the most sense because Orlando's
Yeah.
the closer sub-regional and Louisville's next closest after KC.
Yeah, and we go,
Mhm.
and just so everybody remembers, we talked about this. We go sites now. We don't go regions. So regions
Yep.
are the second qualifier. So Iowa State.
Again, they prefer Kansas City, but they can't. Well, you would put them in the same half as Kansas if you do that. So,
Yeah, and they're no guarantee to get to Kansas City. You know.
right. But if they end up playing, if Iowa State plays Kansas in the Big 12 tournament, then they can't go there. But
Yeah.
they haven't played that yet.
But where would they go? Like Albany would technically be closer, right?
Yep.
Yes, that's
where we'll
150
go.
miles.
You got St. Mary's would go west, but they're going to Orlando or Albany, really 6 of one, half dozen the other there, right?
Yeah.
Orlando
They
is
definitely want.
closer.
They definitely want the Vegas out of anything,
Yeah.
If they, yeah.
out of any of those 3 decisions.
All right,
And
and
who's
then we
our last
got
one?
Miami in the
Miami.
east.
Yeah. So now Duke can't go to that Greensboro. They can go to the
Yeah,
Gonzaga
yeah, fix-
Greensboro. Oh, Gonzaga
fix
Duke
that
in
for you.
Greensboro. Holy shit.
All right, who got 21 to San Diego State?
They go to Des Moines, I would
Moines.
think.
Yep. Keep them west.
This falls under
This is where I think if this is where you have like a couple west issues potentially. Like if you split Texas and Baylor up on 2 between Des Moines and Denver, then you would have room to put Gonzaga in SAC, and then you could put San Diego State in SAC. But again, we won't go back and do that. I'm just saying that's something they might look at.
I'm just saying, I'm looking at this and I would be like, what if I was doing it and this was my seedless bracket? I'd be like, God, I'd hate this bracket. It just doesn't.
Mhm.
It just blows the pod system all up. We got third. We had moved somebody up there. Who's next?
Kentucky. Or where did we land on Kentucky?
The Creighton.
We got Creighton, Duke, Kentucky.
Creighton, then Kentucky, then Duke.
Yep.
God, Creighton's gone to Greensboro so
They're
many
going to want
years,
to be
but
in
that's where they're
Columbus.
going again.
Yeah.
I bet you they've been to Greensboro 3 times in the last 12 years. Kentucky and Duke, here we go.
It would have to be Kentucky against Marquette.
Yep.
But we can't put Duke in the East because that's the third ACC team. And they'd be matched with Miami.
It'd be only the second ACC.
The second.
No, I mean the third overall. Virginia's the 4, Miami's the 5, then
But you
Duke's
know,
the 6.
once you get by the first 4 though, then you can put 2 in before you do another region.
Yes.
I don't think that's true.
I think that is true. Look it up. But
Yeah,
I'm-
So I think in the old rules they used to do it that
Yes.
way. But
Yes.
They changed the rules, and now it's just the first 4 lines.
I will look it up. I disagree.
No, I think they did change that a while back. Because I've seen brackets where they'll have 4 teams in a conference, they'll have them all in 2 regions.
Okay. I'm looking.
Yeah,
Well,
one other new.
They had 2 Southeast Conference teams play the second round.
Yeah, and that can happen if you only played once in the regular season.
Balanced
There's a-
schedule.
Yeah, there's a new rule in 23 here to keep in mind at this point. I haven't seen any problems yet, but they are trying now to avoid regular season rematches for even non-league games in the second round. So again, they can go over it if they have no other options, but that's something to keep in mind.
I've seen that too, Rocco. And man, a lot of these brackets, it's hard to avoid. It really is.
I found a way around it
Yeah.
in all of mine.
Yeah,
But
no,
you just
it's
have
tough
to-
though.
You have to stay patient.
All right, it's
I know.
it's in bold right here under principles. Each of the first 3 teams selected from a conference shall be placed in different regions.
If they're in the top 4 seeds.
No, that doesn't say that.
I swore to God that was that. See, I wish we had Warlock on here. I swore to
Yeah.
God that was changed.
Where is he? Let's get his ass.
He can't do it.
Oh,
Now, this
man.
might be. It doesn't have a year attached to it. This might be, but I got it right off of NCAA.com.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, what does the NCAA logo look like on there? That
Yeah.
might give us an idea of what time it's from.
Let me look at this one. All right, continue. I'll keep
Let's
reading. I just wanna
continue.
Make
If
sure we're
somebody
doing
can
it
pull
right.
up. Somebody can pull up a bracket from the last couple of years. I'm sure it had to have happened. We could take a look and see if they did
I'm
that.
looking at last year's right now.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was not a rule anymore. Because if that's a rule, I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of tough moving around on seed lines coming up here because you like on this next one, we can't. A&M has to go there, and yeah, we don't
Yeah.
have. Yeah, I mean they have to go there because the other 3 Big Ten teams would have to go elsewhere.
Maybe it's just a case of if you can break a rule, that might be one of the ones you can break if you need to.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe that's it.
I don't
Because
know.
here we would want to put a Big Ten team here to avoid the further problems we're going to have down the road. You'd
Mhm.
probably want to put a team opposite. They'd be in the opposite edges of that regional bracket for the Big Ten because you got 3
Actually,
Big
this
Ten.
came up last year. They put the same region for both San Francisco and St. Mary's as 2 of the first 3 West Coast
There you
teams
go.
selected.
There you go. Unless they change the rule this year.
Yeah, I'm looking at the one that NCAA published this past November, and I think you guys are right.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I mean, I'm glad that we dug into that.
Well,
Yeah,
we're in
I've been
session.
called on it several times this season. It does make it a lot easier.
We're at the end of session 4, and it's the first time I've been right whole session. So that's good. All right.
We'll get you a Godfather's dessert for that, Tim.
Thank you, Rocco. Appreciate it.
We got you.
All right. So we want to.
Oh, that monkey bread.
All right. So here we got 3 Big Ten teams, and we got one SEC team. So Texas A&M can go anywhere basically, but the Big Ten teams got to be, well, we wouldn't have any problem actually.
No.
Man, could you even imagine if this was the actual bracket?
Mhm.
Duke, Tennessee, and Greensboro to face Baylor in New York City. Like people would lose their freaking minds about the conspiracies.
I could definitely see that happening. As long as it's not Duke versus like another blue blood or something. That's the ones I have a hard time believing. But Duke, Tennessee, and Baylor, whatever, that's fine.
I don't mean
Marquette,
for
Kentucky is the
matchup
most
wise,
played
just
team in
that
NCAA history.
just that Duke would have basically home court advantage against Tennessee, and then MSG is Duke's home away from home against Baylor.
Yep.
The other crappy thing here in this bracket is you got 4 West Coast all on line 2, so
Hmm.
they're all getting shoved out. I mean, it's 6 of one, half dozen the other here. It doesn't really matter.
Iowa losing by 2 to Nebraska.
Jeez.
Under 4 minutes to go.
Told you Texas A&M should have been above them.
I'm not so convinced.
All right, we got Missouri, Maryland, Illinois, FAU. Missouri's up first, so they can't go south. We've already got 2 there, so I want to go over here. Missouri would be Midwest.
They can't
They
play.
would
They can't.
love this.
they
That'd
can't
be a
go there.
second round, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Can't do that. They
Yep.
have to go here.
Yep. And then the thing I wanted to ask Warlock was, I was in the situation with Missouri a few times. So technically they only play Alabama once. They could go in the same bracket.
Could
as
go.
them.
Yeah, you're right.
Correct.
They
But
could.
what I want to understand is what rule is more strict, the same conference thing or this new rule they brought in with the second round? I figure it's the new one. So
Yeah, I think
did-
it's the round thing.
yeah. So I think in that example, Mizzou would go with Alabama. But we don't have to do that here. Just throwing it out there because it could come up again.
Yeah. Again, I'd just like to get in practice for when the tournaments happen. You know, they could play in the SEC. I don't even know if they're on the same side, but I'm just saying. Okay, now we got two Big Ten teams again. So,
Well, they have to go to South and Midwest because Purdue's the number
Right.
one.
Right.
Well, for
but
the most
again,
part.
if
if
they
they
only
played
played
them
once,
once.
so. you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should be like the emergency plan though. Because you can throw Florida Atlantic anywhere.
I want to give them a preferred site, Rocco.
Yeah, the Owls can fly, baby.
We got two
They'll spread their
there.
wings wherever they need to go.
But see, here's a deal too. I don't like to get three. I hate to put three teams in a region before you even put, but we're probably going to have to.
What are we talking about?
Just
Well,
Big Tens.
3 Big Ten
You got
teams.
three Big Tens already in the Midwest.
Oh, Owls Purdue will be fun. If it comes to fruition.
Arkansas, Memphis, USC, West Virginia.
I think,
Sounds like 4 teams that will hammer Maryland.
yeah, and I think Arkansas. Would,
We don't want with Alabama. So
Yeah.
Just stay-
Arkansas
stay
should
on
go to
the
the West to be in Birmingham against Houston, the game that seems destined to happen.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
they can't play
Missouri's
Missouri,
there.
though.
Play Missouri.
Then they would go to Des Moines.
Yeah,
or Denver. Or I'm Des Moines. I'm sorry.
Moines.
Yeah. Then we have
Memphis to
Memphis.
Birmingham, or is Columbus
That is
closer?
one of the best 8-9 games you would ever see. Illinois, Arkansas. My goodness.
Don't you
think
think
you-
Memphis would just prefer to be in the Louisville region in general?
Probably.
Definitely. Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean,
But again, I mean, you got to
they
remember.
obviously think they're good enough to beat
Yeah,
Alabama.
but you got to remember that you can't. That's so far down the road. They're not going to even be. They might not even make that out of the first round.
Right, but if it's so much closer, if the region's so much closer than either of the subs, that's where I tend to try to
No,
keep
but
them
you got to.
close.
But the rule says you got to go sub. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm just
yep.
following the rules.
No,
I'm not
that's good.
debating with what you're saying, but
Well, Memphis is close to Birmingham, closer to Birmingham anyway, so that's going to
Mhm.
check both boxes.
and who else we got? Somebody got the list in front of them.
SC in
did.
West Virginia.
Yeah,
Okay, so SC could technically go west, then go to Birmingham or Colorado. West Virginia, we got Big 12 things to look out for here. Looks like here
Neither.
would
Yeah, they're
be
both good.
that'd be good right
The
there.
Owls can fly against anyone.
That's right, baby. I would love Owls West Virginia. I'm ready. They're ready. I'm ready. We're all ready. We had Eric Stevenson at Washington last year, and the kid is such a head case. I mean, he's amazing when he's on, but when he's off, it's a disaster.
I thought
All
there
right, Nick.
was a greater than 50% chance he was getting kicked off the team by Huggins.
Exactly. And that's when they were like way out of it. And then all of a sudden, like he had a come to Jesus moment. It's been a wild ride that season in Morgantown.
Boise's gonna love this. So they'd rather go to Denver. I would think, or that's probably about halfway, isn't it? Pretty close. That's probably about halfway in between. What's closer, Sacramento or Denver?
They would prefer Denver in general.
Yeah, I would think so. Plus,
There-
it's easier for them to fly into.
they already played Texas A&M,
Everything-
so they'd have to go in the other one.
Everything's easier about Denver when you're in Boise.
And
Yeah,
then the two
be looking out for matchups, everybody, by the way.
the two SEC teams would have to go Midwest and West at that point.
Who do we got? Auburn and
Mississippi State.
Oh,
So
we got a
Pittsburgh.
problem. We've got a problem. In the East, West Virginia can't go there because they played Purdue already.
That's
Good
okay.
call. Yep. Because potential second round matchup, rematch, new rule.
Yeah. So if you switch West Virginia and Arkansas, hopefully that'll. Oh, you can't do that either. You might have to switch West Virginia with Memphis. Yeah, I think that's the move, and that sucks for the Owls. Or maybe you switch them with USC. Those are the last two that went in, right?
Well, I was going to say who was higher on the seed list because we'd want to protect the team that was higher on the seed
Right.
list.
Yeah, West
Right.
Virginia and USC were the last two. So see if we can switch those.
Now, let me get this down to the bottom here. This is in my.
I think
way.
you can switch those two.
I think
This works better. Hold on. Let me do something here. This is the way I usually do it. It's much easier for me.
avoiding second round matchups is one of those like additional consideration things. It's not like
Yeah,
It's
I don't
not
think
part of
that's
the-
one they'll relax for, especially.
Yeah, I don't
8-9
think
where
that's
it's
a written in
crazy.
stone one.
It's written in the policies now. So
It
they
is.
said they will, where possible, we will avoid it at all costs. And so that would be enough to switch.
They
West
use the
Virginia.
word at all costs.
All right, or whatever. There was something strong in the language. I don't have it in front of me, but I got the email like 2 months
I
ago.
have to read this all over again because I think that was
Can
a.
West Virginia play Missouri? Because that'd be an easy swap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just swap USC with West Virginia.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
This is a bad bracket, man.
USC already lost to a beach team from Florida, so they don't want to play a second one.
Auburn, we said, who's the other one over here? Mississippi State. Is that
Yeah.
okay? Yeah.
So far.
Well, no, you've got. Yeah, never mind. Yep. I was gonna say Auburn can't play Northwestern, but that's fine.
And then who was the last one here?
Pittsburgh.
That's right. But there again, now we got three teams from.
Yeah, 3 ACC in the East.
This is just a mess.
Can we switch them? Might be able to switch them.
Pittsburgh play Iowa.
Nope.
No.
I think you can switch Pitt and Mississippi State.
Or we could split. Well,
Oh,
we
no,
could
you
switch.
can't.
We
You
could
can't.
switch Pitt and Boise.
Yeah, you can do that
Pitt-
too.
No,
Oh,
Boise
Boise
played
was
Texas
higher on
A&M.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I think we're stuck.
What about Auburn? No, you can't do that either.
Can't do that either.
If we're switching anything for ACC purposes, it would have to be Duke and Creighton.
You're not supposed to switch up high when you've got teams down low that are causing the problems.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. The only
You
thing
gotta
there is
roll.
they would both be going to Greensboro anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you're just stuck with that 3 ACC thing because they're not protected.
hmm
Seriously, I do this bracketing in about 15 minutes and it works out great. This bracket
Right.
is just all over the board. All right. So okay, so we have to have playing games. So
Has to
Greensboro,
be Des Moines.
So Columbus is a Friday, right?
Columbus and Greensboro are both Fridays, so we have to have
Des
one in Des
Moines, we
Moines.
gotta have a playing game in Des Moines, is what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay.
You insist.
And it probably wouldn't be Nevada, even though they will relax for first 4 reasons. They can avoid that potential Nevada San Diego State matchup.
Yes, you are correct, sir. So what else do we got though? We got Wisconsin, North Carolina State.
Yep.
That would work.
And then Nevada, Penn State, and one of the other ones.
Man, Wisconsin, NC State. Talk about take a nap. when that game's on.
Well, it's at night, so just go to bed.
Yeah.
All right, so we can work those other ones in any region. So let's seed or let's bracket Providence and the Mighty Scarlet Knights. Where do you want to go, Brad?
Send them out west.
Providence would go east since there's big east in the others.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rutgers or Providence. Yeah, so Providence get first choice.
Right.
Kentucky Rutgers, you ready?
There you go.
Hey, while I'm doing this, can somebody just look over these, like make sure we don't have matchup issues, starting with 6 as we put these in? Where do we want to put the play in? We said it was Nevada and who? Nevada
Penn State.
and Penn State. So we kind of got to avoid Big Ten here. Looks like we're good. 6 of one, half dozen the other. Where you want to go?
So Rutgers would go in the South.
Rutgers would go to well, they could go to Columbus or Greensboro.
Oh, we got to do Creighton versus Rutgers. Come on.
I feel like
we have the
I feel
power
like they'd
to
rather
do
go to
that.
Greensboro.
Well, you are. We can fly together.
You're perpetuating a conspiracy theory.
Love
You
it.
don't have a
Yeah,
match.
seriously.
All right. Now we're down to the 12s. Somebody got those in front of them. They can just start rattling them off.
Oral Roberts.
Or Roberts.
They want
up
Kansas
number
City.
1. So we got to go Orlando or Albany.
Orlando. Yeah. They'd
Mhm.
rather be in Orlando.
I think they care more about Kansas City personally, because I know they think they're good enough to get there. Kansas City's
You know, you bring up a
A
good point,
short
Rocco. I like get if you want to do the pod system with 7 and 8 seeds and stuff like that. But if you're a 5 seed, I'm thinking I'm getting to the regionals. Like that's where I'd prefer to go, is the regional over the pod, because I expect to be there.
yeah. If you're in a 4, 5, 12, or 13, like those are so evenly matched these days, because 12s and 13s are the best of the best in the auto bids. So
We're gonna need to revisit Iowa down 4 at home.
yes, we are.
I don't know.
That's a
Wanna go?
charge.
I don't know. We're so late. We only got 2 hours left. We're so late in the game now. I think we're like the committee. We got to let it go.
And this is why Tennessee didn't get up to the 2 line.
Yeah, exactly.
hope everybody's watching this moment right now.
Well, I mean, this is what happens to the committee, right? Something happens
Yeah.
late. They're like, they're moving on.
Iowa blows out Indiana on the road and then loses at home to Nebraska. That's a fun.
The difference is they have tons of more electronics and programs, and they can put together 42 brackets.
It's amazing they have all that and they don't know how to use it.
All right.
Well,
VCU would probably go Greensboro. Obviously,
They would love that. Yeah.
these are all stars, by the way. And then we
But
got
that's Albany.
Yeah, you're looking-
yeah. What the
But
hell
they
am I
can't go to
talking about?
Greensboro. It's Albany or
They'd probably go to Orlando. They'd want to go to Orlando then.
I think, yeah, they're
Right.
pretty close to right in the middle. So
Albany is about 250 miles closer.
Ooh,
Yeah. And they
Well, then
if
we'll
it's
leave them where
that
they are
close, I
then.
think they'd want to be in Louisville too as the potential regional.
yeah, but I'm sorry.
yeah,
They're a 12 seed. You're not looking to get into a regional there. I mean,
they're fine with. Yeah,
they've
they
got,
should.
you know,
They should
you
be.
can't- that's the whole NCAA's thing. If I'm a 10 seed, I'm way want to go to a site that my fans The fan bases want to go to a site that's way closer to them than worried about what region they're in.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. If it wasn't Orlando versus Albany, they're like dead set right in the between those two. It doesn't really.
Nah,
Yeah.
it's yeah, okay. I'm not gonna argue. That's not the way they do it. I'm just telling you. They go to the site. They go to the site because the regional is such a pipe dream for them.
Yeah.
Orlando VCU
Shouldn't be, but the referees might agree with you. They do have a hard time getting calls, that's for sure.
Okay, what's the Drake score?
70 to
They're up
40.
big. We could put them in.
Wow, they
Yeah,
got pretty pissed off losing that game last weekend, didn't they?
good.
There's a tough one too. And then we said, God, these sites this year are so off from where the teams are. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I find oftentimes the sites don't make a lot of sense to me with the pods because they'll load up in one area within 1 year. You think they'd
I know
spread
it.
them out more?
I know
evenly.
it. I know it. You're exactly right. It's like, they tried to do a good thing in the East with spreading them out this year. It just didn't work. I mean, it's just because the teams weren't there. This year, there's not very many teams in the East, All right, what's the 13s?
Hofstra, right?
Yep. Toledo. Yale.
Is,
You got a problem. We got a problem in the Y column. Whatever
What we
region
got?
that is. Oral Roberts can't play St. Mary's.
Yeah,
play-
they played St. Mary's, didn't they? Yeah.
yeah, so you got to swap them.
Yep.
They're good at
Flip-flop these two.
TCU.
They'd rather be in the Midwest anyway. There you go.
Told you. And this is a team that's been to a team with the same star player that's been to the Sweet 16. So you can't like laugh at that.
I know, but you can't. I'm done. Not
I'm
gonna-
messing with you, Tim.
I'm gonna shut up. All right.
I just know which
Hofstra,
buttons to
Toledo,
push at the right time.
Hofstra, Toledo. Who else we got?
It would be Yale, I believe.
Yale and
Did we go Iona over Louisiana? Yeah.
Iona. Yep.
How are we doing on Kennesaw and Liberty? That's the other one we got to.
2-point game at halftime.
It's an awesome
All
game.
right.
The atmosphere is
All right.
insane.
So I may have to squeeze Liberty in here at some point, but anyway.
Iowa did lose.
Jesus God.
They got that result in just in time for the committee to chew on it.
Well, let's drop them 4 seed lines to go to the bottom of 7. There you go.
Nebraska's got a lot of good wins now. It's crazy.
And they have no bad losses either. They haven't. I mean, they have a lot of
Here.
them. But
They're gonna get 3 home games in the NIT.
Does that get
Nebraska-
them? They're still stuck playing in the first day though, right?
yeah, they're in the first day.
Yeah.
The Big Ten's wild. You have an automatic quad 1 win over Ohio State, and then you have an automatic bad loss against Nebraska.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll go into the 80s maybe tomorrow, but yeah, they're.
We got Liberty in here. Liberty, Hofstra, Toledo, Yale. So we're assuming. Yeah, let me put Liberty in here, and then we'll go from there.
Wow, yeah, Nebraska doesn't even have a bad loss at all.
But they're barely above water.
Right.
Yeah, they've got 15 losses. They're toast. They're going to take a
They have a
16.
lot of good. They have a lot of good wins.
I know. 3 in quad 1A. Strong NIT profile.
They'll make the NIT a lot of money. They'll sell that arena out.
They'll probably purposely give them a higher seed just to get them more home games.
Yep. You're exactly right.
Although they're not supposed to do that anymore, but
Although they're not supposed to do that, but you can't tell me that they don't.
that's a pretty powerful school athletic department.
Iona. All right, we got Iona here. Got any East? Yeah, Tennessee.
Anybody got a 4-sided die for that Virginia, Yale, TCU, Sam Houston pod? Good God.
Drake's up 30.
Colgate won by 17, so they should be the champ, but both games they played against American were nail biters. So we'll see.
I was just texting with a Penn State assistant coach who is very excited to know that we have him in the field right now.
Love it. All right, we got Colgate, Eastern Washington, Vermont, and Youngstown.
Or Vermont. Vermont always ends up going out west.
Yeah, they do. They do. Eastern Washington didn't play either UCLA or Arizona, right?
They played Arizona.
All right.
Oh no, Montana State played Arizona. Eastern Washington may not have.
I think they did. Or maybe that was last year.
I
They
think
definitely
I've
played
checked.
them.
I think I've checked UCLA several times. I know they didn't play them.
No,
Yeah,
UCLA did.
Eastern Washington's good for any of them.
Vermont,
Oh, yeah.
Colgate.
Arizona was last year.
Oh, Youngstown State. Anybody? They didn't play anybody on here either, right?
Nope.
Got it. 6-1, half dozen other where you want to send these teams.
All right, guys. I gotta start packing up. So good
All right.
session.
Are you going to be on at the other show?
No.
Okay. No problem.
Unfortunately not, but have a great show. I'll watch it later tonight. Be good.
All right.
All
That
right.
was a great time, guys. We'll see you soon.
You're Rocco.
Thanks, Rocco.
All right. Thank you.
See ya.
All right. Now we get down, we got to find, I didn't even look. We have different sites for, we have Thursday, Friday for that bottom tier, right?
Birmingham, Des Moines. Yeah, one will have to be in Columbus.
One will have to be in Columbus. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it's worked out for me too. Purdue gets the playing game.
Or if
So we'll give them the
if
tougher
UCLA
that
gets it, Sacramento would have to be the. And I know they prefer not to do that. They
Okay,
don't
so
wanna
now it's
do Dayton to
FDU
Sacramento.
or it's Howard and Texas A&M Corpus Christi. All right, we probably want to give Alabama the other one. Which is FDU and SEMO.
Warren hasn't updated Southeast Missouri or Fairleigh Dickinson to gold yet. Shelby, I'm surprised by that.
I'll get on it right now.
He's usually on top of that.
Asheville play any of these teams? I don't think so.
No, I just looked.
And then the other one is
Say Alcorn State.
Alcorn State, yeah.
They might have played Houston. That seems like a game Houston would have played.
No, they did not.
No.
Got it. You guys like that too? I'll be
Good
going
work.
through this and I'll be like, God, I'm sure this team played this team, and then it was like 3 years ago. It's like,
Houston played Alcorn State last season.
yeah, it's like that's what happens to me all the time. Like, God, I swear to God, they played them.
I've had a lot of Norfolk State as a 16 this year, so that Houston game has been on my radar for a while.
All right, folks, let's roll this over to here where it's a little bit easier to look at. Can anybody see anything wrong? God, I really miss my color coding. Makes it so much easier.
Looks good from my look.
The top tier.
Do a quick check. It's always the 13s that get me.
Wait a minute. Alabama played Memphis. Did we mention that before? They only played once. But they did play.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
with the second round
Carrie, can
thing.
you pull up that? Can you pull up that policy and procedures again?
Yeah, it
Get it
says
pulled up. What does it
if-
say? But I thought that was like we try not to. It wasn't like a we can't.
So there's a section that says procedures for placing the teams into the bracket. There's 7 of those, and then additional considerations. If possible, rematches of non-conference regular season games should be avoided in the first 4 and first round as a secondary consideration. So an additional consideration to the additional consideration, the committee will attempt to avoid potential rematches in the second round as well.
Yeah, so that's just a way out. Like if we can, we will, but it's not end all be all. Now,
We could switch
flip
USC.
flop?
USC
Didn't
and
we
Memphis.
always flip flop USC one time
With,
West Virginia, right? Yeah, with West Virginia.
Yeah.
Let's flip them again.
Okay, we can do that. But now, did USC play Maryland in some stupid event? No. Memphis didn't play FAU. Right?
No.
Okay, we can do that.
FAU literally played no tournament team, so
Yeah.
they're our beautiful wild card.
I better get it back here. Hold on. Oh shit. God damn it. Sorry for my language, kids.
Where's the sensors with the beeper?
That was Rocco's job.
I hope they were
Oh, great.
ready on me on Friday night. Whew.
We just told everybody you're drunk.
You're not wrong.
All right. Any more looksies on this one here?
I'm just trying to check all those 413s. I'm pretty sure they're good.
Xavier, I think, is good. UConn, that would be a team UConn would normally play.
I know that's what I was thinking too, but no.
Indiana, Toledo. What kind of regional matchups here? Indiana, Toledo?
Well, that's what they
Looks
want.
good.
Right? Brr. Jeez, Darius McGee had 4 points in the first half. Are you kidding me?
Liberty is the school where with all the Jerry Falwell controversy, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
Back in the day, yeah.
Oh, not back in the day. That's still
Recent.
very much. They were also the school that took like 2.5 weeks off after COVID. They're like, fuck it, everybody's coming back. and then everybody got really sick.
Well, we're talking about obviously Jerry Jr. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I was talking about senior.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
he built
yeah.
that to just be a Bible school. He didn't build it to be a D1 athletic
Right.
power. It's funny how that morphed. Same with Oral Roberts.
I saw a documentary on it on Netflix or Hulu.
Mhm.
Did you see it?
My wife watched it. My brother's he lives at Liberty. He went there. He still works there. I have
Huh.
nothing good to say about them.
That's pretty much what the documentary led you to believe.
My wife watched the documentary to see if she could see my brother on the documentary because he's got connections, that's for
I'm gonna
sure.
go back, sure. All right. Good, everybody?
Looks good.
Yep.
Baylor, Texas A&M would be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I'm also looking at getting
It can
your
be.
gambling bets in right now.
The committee
Boise's
does-
going to beat Iowa.
depends on which Iowa shows up.
That'd be a tough matchup for Iowa.
We do need to make sure to discuss Iowa. Say, hey, just like the Big Ten championship, we saw it happen, but it's too damn late to change.
I'm moving.
Well, we
down.
could say, hey, look, we had them at the top of the seed list. In actuality, they probably would have just fallen to the bottom, because
Right.
they're not going to, there was other Big Ten teams on that row. And look at who was the eights. I mean,
Yeah, who was
Gotta
our top
spin it.
8?
yeah, I mean, they're not going to go by. They're not going to drop below Maryland.
I think Missouri was our top 8.
Illinois lost. Missouri, yeah.
I feel like Missouri and Iowa are the same team.
We could easily do that. Oh, let's get teams. So we got to get teams by conference in here. Hold on. That's where my color coding thing really makes it fast. I'll be right back. All right. What do we got?
10
SEC.
big- Good.
Graham, you count out the SEC teams.
8.
On it. Eight SEC teams.
There's 5 ACC, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
2 in the WC.
10.
10 Big Ten.
Yes.
Out west, there's
7 Big 12.
3.
Mountain West.
Oh, that's NBC. Sorry.
Did you just say we have
West.
10 Big Ten teams?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that sucks.
But Penn Stadium.
Wow.
5 Big East.
We're under 2 making the Sweet 16.
Can we just kick out Rutgers, honestly?
Pac-12
By the
down
way-
to 3, though.
That's good. I'm okay with that.
Should have 45 here. We
Oh,
do.
Tim, I got a text update from my wife. She's gonna be here before the selection show with Godfathers for me. So,
Nice.
pizza pie piled high in a bow
There you
tie.
go.
Hell
There you
yeah.
go. All right. So our last 4 in, going with the most precarious, was Penn State, correct?
Yes.
Then we went Nevada.
Was it
Nevada or
Nevada or
Wisconsin?
Wisconsin? We
I
had
think it was
Wisconsin.
Oh, then we should have had. No, I thought. Then we
I
should.
mean,
have
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Then we should have had them playing somebody else. Actually,
Well, it would have been
No, we had
Penn
Wisconsin
State against
and
Wisconsin.
NC State were they were
Nevada,
Top,
then Wisconsin,
Okay.
Wisconsin, NC State were the safest. Yep.
Okay.
Wisconsin. Oh, this worked out good.
We ended up with Wisconsin 1 spot ahead of Nevada.
That's all I did.
I never updated that.
All right, let me stop sharing a second.
I was too focused on Penn State, Utah State, and Arizona State.
And our first team out was Arizona, right?
State.
We really
Oh.
sucked on out.
Which, in your experience, everybody, which state gets the most pissed off about that? For me, it's Iowa, Iowa State. I mix them up all the time, and I hear about it 100 times.
I don't guess I've had an issue with it.
I mean, not like I don't put them the wrong way in the bracket, just like in writing, I'll accidentally call them the Iowa Cyclones or the Iowa State Hawkeyes, and you'd think I've fucking murdered a baby.
Well, I don't.
Can't mess up a school name. Can't do it.
Horrible.
Rutgers does not have that issue.
No.
Some people 10 years ago probably didn't even know where Rutgers was.
Isn't Rutgers the only state school that is not the state's name?
That might be right. Might be accurate.
What
Okay, so
about
guys-
Buffalo, the State University of New York?
Mm.
So then we had Utah, Arizona State, Utah State, Michigan. Who was our fourth in that
The
one?
Charleston?
Was, but then we got Penn State back up there.
Vanderbilt.
Oklahoma State?
Oklahoma
Yeah,
State. That's who it
Arizona
was.
State, Utah State, Oklahoma State, then Michigan is what I have.
I got Michigan City.
And then we had Vanderbilt, Charleston.
North
Or no,
Carolina,
we had Charleston down a
North
little bit.
Texas,
Yeah.
and
No,
Clemson.
we did not have North Texas.
Villanova.
Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt, Charleston, Clemson, and North Carolina.
I think we moved North Carolina ahead of them, didn't we? Clemson?
Yeah, I don't know what order. I just had
Yeah, I
them
think
as
we
our
did.
next
Yeah.
four out.
I think we decided to move it.
Yeah.
There we go. We got Big Ten. We got 10, we said.
Ugh.
SEC 8, Big 12 7, Big East 5, ACC 5, Pac 12 3, West 3, ACC or AAC 2, West Coast 2, correct? 10, 20, 35, 45. Perfect. Yep.
A fun fact, if Kennesaw State and Kent State both win, all 5 K schools will make the tournament.
That is a fun fact.
Could also get both Y schools. We got Yale and Youngstown State.
All right. I'll
Well,
fix this one by the time I get done. So we'll be back here a little before 5, eh?
All right.
Hey, and then when we do the show tonight, we'll bounce around. So just be ready to like comment on something. And then when we're done, when we say, well, that's it. Thanks for watching all our sessions. Just hang on, okay? We'll
Okay.
disconnect the Zoom and then just hang on, or the YouTube. Just hang on for a minute. Just want to cover a couple quick things.
Hey, can
Okay.
you share your screen of the bracket real quick? Just make sure I have it right.
Sure. I'll send, when I get the completed one done, I'll send it out to everybody.
Okay,
Alright.
that's fine then.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
go that route.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Alrighty.
Do you want us back at 5, you said?
Well, 6 Eastern.
Oh, 6
I
Eastern.
think- I think I might end up having to miss it because I'm going to pick up my wife's car, but it's possible I'll be back on.
That's cool.
Thanks for the warning.
I think Dave's going to join us. I think he said,
He said he's going to try.
yeah. So be
And
fun.
We'll see. We'll see who
Unfortunately,
the A-Sun champ is by then.
I'll be here.
Bye, guys.
All right, see you guys.